we're thin for drama. Not that we necessarily need it, but it usually provides things and topics for us to talk about. It's kind of sad that with all the current topics that are going around, and I will say drama because there is drama. A lot of it doesn't seem to be dealing with music. So we're talking about these figures that are renowned for music, but ain't too much music talk happening, right? Unfortunately, um, music is taking another sidestep to what's now inevitably conversations around the music and about people's personal lives, but not necessarily about music. Okay. We're gonna get into a little bit of the Kendrick Lamar versus Drake. We've been kind of like trying to keep up with that, but like it's looking like I don't know where we are with that. I do have some proclamations, and I do have a very stern warning for Drizzy Drake today, and also possible prediction for Kendrick. We will get to that at some point today. There's been a lot of happenings and recent updates. Give me one second. There's been a lot of happenings and recent updates in the situation with Diddy. Of course, we've seen 50 relentlessly like clown Diddy. He's having a blast with all this shit. But it appears that even now, he's about to get, maybe put through the ringer, even though 50's usually pretty smart. He's pretty also he's lasted his career by having a no nonsense approach, which means if you fuck with him even in the slightest, he takes it to the extreme. What has that done for him? It's definitely made him kind of unlikable for some. It's made him be someone that's on a island where he doesn't have too many friends, but it usually makes him kind of Teflon because people don't fuck with him like how they fuck with other people. Whether it's blogs putting out stories that are unverified, whether it's people saying things or accusing him of things that they can't prove. 50's shown that he's so petty he will spend the money, whether it's legally or elsewise, to make sure niggas don't play with his name. Maybe somebody's trying to play with his name. We'll get to that. We should give the update on what's going on with the Diddy situation. It is not getting any better for my man Diddy. Okay, actually, he's trying to smile through the pain, and he was actually seen out yesterday. So he was seen out with his two beautiful daughters. They're twins, and apparently, from everyone who saw them, it looked like they were just moving on, business as usual, some family time, right? But of course, everyone is surmising that has to be them holding a poker face because ain't nothing nice or ain't nothing too happy going on with the fam. If you guys don't know, it says Diddy was swinging in Miami, okay, and this is such a crazy like double entendre, swinging in Miami. Like, come on, man, we know what he's accused of. He's accused of doing all type of stuff that is what some people might call sexually deviant. Swinging, but really they weren't talking about that. And by the way, these are his kids, so like that I thought was a slightly inappropriate title, but really, they were talking about him playing golf. So he went to Top Golf with his two daughters, and as the article says, he's created the image. What me worry? He said Thursday night as he took his twins to hit up Top Golf in Miami, the same town where the feds raided one of his homes earlier this week. They said he flashed a peace sign. He left with his 17-year-old daughters, Jessie and Delilah. The girls smile as Diddy walked behind raising two fingers. You can't look more chill than Sergio more chill than the Sergio Tashini velour tracksuit he was rocking. These are his twins, by the way, and they're saying we're being told everyone was in good spirits for 2 hours, and they're saying even though behind the scenes anything has been calm in the Diddy camp. Okay, okay. Shout out to everybody on YouTube pouring in. Shout out to people on the King Akademiks page, the Academy page, and of course, if you're tuning in on Facebook as well. Okay, so, oh damn, they're saying Patrick Mahomes deleted tweets. This is some sucker shit. He said Patrick Mahomes has distanced himself from Diddy as the mogul faces a mountain of troubling allegations, with the Kansas City Chiefs superstar social media accounts deleting posts that reference Sean Combs' stage name. Back in the year of 2014, he shared posts that included the phrase P. Diddy, which is what the Bad Boy founder went by from 2001 to 2004. And then they're saying at least one of the tweets appeared to be completely unrelated to the artist, as it's mentioned a friend, blah, blah. And I guess they're saying all these got deleted. So this post got deleted, and then this post got deleted. That's some sucker shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know, unless you were in on whatever they're alleging Diddy to do, unless you knew he was having all these tremendous freak-offs that were possibly violating the human rights and taking advantage, allegedly, of dozens of women or whatever they're accusing him of, why the hell do you need to delete it? It's like, it's kind of like a harmless tweet. Like, so I gotta imagine it's either a mistake or Patrick Mahomes is like, his team is like seriously dim-witted, because you draw attention to yourself by deleting a tweet. That's the thing, you know. Again, what we've realized recently is that nobody's speaking up for Diddy. You know, I said the same. We heard Uncle Luke say the same, and you know, even now you have Boosie pretty much saying the same thing as well. This is what he said.
People happy for downfall. I don't hear none of them was that Diddy toasting with that champagne every year, having speeches with, man. Nobody speak up for this man or nothing.
As soon as they say something,
When you're on top of the world, it's a celebration.
True.
When you're on the bottom, it's a denilation.
bro, same motherfucker you see going up, you gonna see coming down.
All them motherfuckers, all with them suits on, with their cups up. Ain't nobody said nothing.
They ain't, fool. Man, as soon as they say something, they in the crosshair, fool.
Boy, this world,
As soon as they say something.
This world, boy.
So you was around Diddy too.
That's why you ain't gonna see too many around me. Who was around me before I went to jail? You don't see too many around me.
I mean, yo, he's making a valid point. Let me tell you this. I always say, listen, old Jamaicans saying, and I know y'all probably heard me say this a bunch. They say, anytime you dig a grave for somebody, make sure you dig two. And one is for the other person, but one is for you. Just because someone's having a hard time or somebody's going through it or someone's having their day of reckoning, don't mean that don't or won't happen to you. If you've been popular enough, if you've been in this, and I've learned this myself, there's been those days that I felt the entire internet was against me. The entire internet. Whether it was the Chrissy Teigen situation, there was one time there was like, I don't know where it even came from. It was like, oh, yo, this is when the college kid motherfuckers, like the weirdos, like they dug up like some shit where I was talking about Tyga and they were making it seem like I was saying, yo, no, it's cool to fuck 17-year-olds and blah, 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 blah. And then some other random person jumped on and everybody's like, yo, maybe Act is on some weird shit. And I remember getting baked on social media for those like couple of days. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. Drake said the best thing before in the past, at least with some shit that's not actually like some criminal shit, right? It's like, yo, and I actually apply this now. I think he got it from his mom. It's like, yo, give it like 3 days. Like, yo, everybody's gonna have their day. Everybody's gonna get roasted. You're gonna be the butt of the joke one day. It picks a random person every day, right? And you just gotta withstand the news cycle, and then they'll move on. But when those things happen, and I mean, shit has happened. It's happened a bunch of times to me. Y'all could name whatever, right? I remember saying, damn, for all the people I've helped, and I know y'all might think I haven't helped anybody, but a lot of artists who I've helped, whether behind the scenes or in front of the scenes, all the people who were always, when they needed a favor, I answer on the second ring. When that time came, everyone was silent. Not one personal testimony. Hey, I know y'all all hating Act right now, but I'm gonna just be honest with you. He a good nigga. I fuck with him. Like, he might not be as bad as what y'all are saying. Not one person. I've always told you there's a few rappers which I do respect they've always hit me on the low, and they say, yo, I fuck with you, and you're going to get through this. It happens. Relax. You know, I've always said Yachty's one of those people. Yachty will always, he'll do a little, yo, just making sure you're good, man. Listen, you know shit like this happens. They ain't going to get you out here. You're good. You know, I just want to let you know you got my support, blah, blah, blah. But I will say that publicly, when things happen, you usually see probably like the people you're really locked in with. You know what I mean? If they're going to come to your defense, if they're going to speak up for your character. And I know me particularly, this is why when y'all act, you know, they kind of almost label me, like, we're going to get to the Lil Baby shit later, but Lil Baby was like, your act has an agenda. And I was like, bro, I think you got an agenda. But we're going to talk about that. But I do think some people look at me and be like, yo, you're like the media or the fucking, like, part of the industry that's, you're not playing along with what the rappers want, and you'll fucking demolish some shit that they've built up. And what was the point I was making with that? Okay, I guess the point I was trying to say is this. I've never been one to see anybody speak up for me, right? People usually just act like they don't see it. Your homies will hit you like privately. But I've seen in many other instances, people have spoken up for people. You get what I mean? I remember there was a time there was acting like Gucci Mane was like some scumbag of a CEO. I saw people spoke up for him. We've seen in other situations where people, you know, said whatever about Drake, and you see a lot of people, they can't wait to like, hey, look at me. Drake is a good guy, or whoever else. This is definitely true that there is not one person that is speaking up for Diddy. I don't know who's hitting his phone privately, but not one person is speaking up for him. And the reason why I compared it to me is, I guess that's the point I was trying to make. I'm the industry guy who isn't really invited. It's like I crashed the party. Just for y'all to know. Like, I do think I'm in the industry, but I don't think I'm here by an invite. I think I'm here because I crashed the party. It's like Wedding Crashers. Like, damn, this motherfucker. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not like I'm the beloved person. It's like, yo, I guarantee people sit around in rooms. I swear. They sit around in rooms and they're like, yo, we should have got rid of this nigga Ack a long time ago. But y'all fucked around. Didn't do it. Now he's gained a sizable audience and we can't get rid of him. We fucked up. I guarantee that's a conversation. Because I'm not the guy who's like the love person. You feel me? So it's like, they have to be like, fuck. Like, the people who manage and like, you know, like pull the puppet strings with a Meek Mill or a Lil Baby or all these other rappers who usually, you know, whatever, they're probably be like, yo, how the hell did this nigga even, like, why the fuck do we even have to address what he got to say? And they probably realize, damn, we fucked up. We should have got rid of this nigga a long time ago. So I know I'm not the invited person to the party. Diddy is the party. And no put on the parties because, Lord. But still, not one person speaking up for him. This is it's the biggest thing known to man. And by the way, nobody will say they went to the parties. Now, here's the thing. And you know, there's a very popular, well, y'all definitely know the saying. Didn't Dave Chappelle say this? Dave Chappelle said this. Right here.
For real, why you care so much what the Dixie Chicks say? It's not like they political scientists or nothing. They just bitches, they can sing good. You know what I mean? Stop worshiping celebrities so much. Just don't listen, pay attention. I remember right around September 11th, Ja Rule was on MTV. That's what they said. We got Ja Rule on the phone. Let's see what Ja's thoughts are on this tragedy. Who gives a fuck what Ja Rule thinks at a time like this, nigga? This is ridiculous. I don't want to dance. I'm scared to death. I want some answers that Ja Rule might not have right now. You think when bad shit happens to me, I'll be in the crib like, oh my God, this is terrible. Could somebody please find Ja Rule, get hold of this motherfucker so I can make sense of all this. Where is Ja?
Okay, now I didn't play that just for shits and giggles. Dave is the GOAT, but I played this because I've seen a lot of these rappers do long text and long posts and videos about all these things. But there's some of these allegations that have named some of these niggas. Why Usher ain't saying nothing? Why the hell Meek is over here like he act like he's trying to just kill niggas over this? Don't anybody remember when the bodyguard said that they saw Diddy and Ja Rule come out of a room? Ja Rule give his opinion on everything else. Where's Ja Rule at? Why is Ja Rule don't talk now? How is he silent?
You know, show everybody what he's getting. So as he going, I'm just looking at the places where he picking stuff from. So we all got on a G. He said, "Oh, he busy doing what?" I said, "He with Puff. They're in the room. They busy. They don't want to be bothered." He said, "Well, I'm going in there." I said, "Bro, you ain't going in there because he told me they don't want nobody to be bothering them." And he was like, "Yo, I don't care, man. I'm going in there." That bull like that. I said, "Yo, bro, Jesus Christ had to come down here and take the air out of my body before you get in that room right there. Watch. He tried to bum rush me. I grabbed him and threw him against the piano. When I threw him into the piano, Puff and Ja Rule runs out the room. Puff got his towel, Ja grabbing his towel, but they butt the naked. And so then
This is the perfect time to say, where is Ja Rule at a time like this? You got a bodyguard who got a story about Diddy in an alleged freak off some sexual encounter that Ja Rule was at. Where is Ja? Once again.
I think when bad shit happens to me, I'll be in the crib like, oh my God, this is terrible. Could somebody please find Ja Rule, get home?
No, find Ja Rule. This is the time to find him. This is the time to find him. Hey, Ja Rule, what happened? Was Diddy in the corner jerking off? What happened? Find Ja.
This motherfucker so I can make sense of all this. Where is Ja? Have me Ja Rule.
That's the question. So the point of why is everybody silent? It's not necessarily like faceless nobodies. Fabulous, I would love to hear. I would love to, Fabulous, this is a time I would love to hear from you. I would love to hear from you after you had this exchange.
Yeah, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I love this drink.
Where you put my bag
I like
at?
when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag
Daddy,
at,
I like
Mr.
when
Lee?
you
Oh, it's
when you
right here,
scrambling
it's
and
right
scraping
here.
for shit.
No, I got
I
notes
like
and
that.
shit. You know, I'll be practicing.
I wonder if Diddy still feels like that. Because I think the feds is saying to Diddy, they're like, I like it when you like this, Daddy. When you scrambling and scraping and we searching all your cribs and we stopping you at the fucking Clearport. I like it when you like this, Daddy. This is the time we need to hear from Fabulous. What did you see? If Fabulous, and by the way, I'm not saying he need to come out and snitch. If Fabulous came out and just even said, that's what I'm trying to say about people being friends. We're hearing about these parties that a lot of people weren't privy to, but clearly he said on record, you were. How about you just say to him, how about you come out and say, hey, now I've been mad at these Diddy parties. Everything I ever saw was legal. He ain't never do no weird shit. Why we ain't hear that? If Fabulous was my friend, I would be texting him that. Hey, could you tell him that all we were doing is like rolling dice and fucking roasting marshmallows and not doing no weird shit? Please, the feds are on me. Please, you have been someone I partied with. Tell them. Where is Fab?
I like that.
You know, I'll be practicing. I got
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I love this drink.
Where you put my bag
I like
at?
when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag
Daddy,
at,
I like
Mr.
when
Lee?
you
Oh, it's
when you
right here,
scrambling and
it's right
scraping.
here.
When you
Oh, it's right here,
scrambling and
it's right
scraping
here.
for shit.
No. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna go with that one.
Make a
That
wish.
one.
Just blow it out. Your birthday every day. Eyes. Today. But you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, that sounded like the type of night I want to have in Vegas. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So keep on talking about like how you got to get back for church. And we just like, yo, the night ain't start. You got to get back for church. We in motherfucking Vegas, nigga. But like, you can go to church next week. You know what I'm saying? Sending your thing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing, but we in Vegas. Don't be bringing God into this situation. Don't bring God into this situation. You know what I'm saying? Gary Gray is like, nigga, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Ray J. So Ray J is like just really like feeling like Ray J right now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Anyway, that's the point. I'm just going off of Boosie saying. When we say no one's speaking up, we got some names of people who we would like to hear from. Ja Rule. Hey, what happened when both y'all ran out of the room and y'all were both in towels and y'all dick was exposed and the security's wondering what the fuck because he seen two naked men run out of a room? Was everything consensual? By the way, we don't care what y'all are doing. Also, here's the thing we got to also say. We don't give a fuck if Diddy's gay. You know, I'm actually in the Whack 100 school of thinking, and I know this is going to surprise you, where he says Diddy could have avoided all this by just saying, hey, there's a lot of homophobia in hip-hop. I'm bisexual. Like, if that's the case and he's into some other weird kinky things, he could say that as long as all the weird kinky things, even if it's bisexual or gay, is consensual, right? Here's the thing. Nobody ain't saying shit. We would love to hear from Fabulous. We would love to hear from Ja Rule. Let's get back to what.
People happy for down for. I don't hear none of them who was at Diddy toasting with that champagne every year, having speeches with, man. Nobody speak up for this man or nothing.
As soon as they say something,
When you're on top of the world, it's a celebration.
Facts.
When you're on the bottom, it's a denilation.
bro, the same motherfucker you see going up, you gonna see coming down.
All them motherfuckers, all with them suits on, with their cups up. Ain't nobody said nothing.
They ain't, fool. Man, as soon as they say something, they in the crosshair, fool.
Boy, this world,
As soon as they say something.
This world, boy.
So you was around Diddy too.
That's why you ain't gonna see too many around me. Who was around me before I went to jail? You don't see too many around me. Cause them me like Diddy people. Black people happy for down.
You know, I have a sneaky suspicion that the reason why we don't see many of these people speaking up is because if they spoke up, they might need to hire an attorney. They're hoping that their involvement, because let's be honest. You know what I think this Diddy situation honestly is? There's a few people who came out, and when they spoke on Bill Cosby, because when we heard about the Bill Cosby thing, there was mad memes, right? Like, come on. Who didn't see these memes? Bill Cosby, Steph Curry meme. Where people were like, come on. Because it just sounds so flagrantly wrong that a man is putting a pill in any type of drink that a woman is taking. Of course, there's memes about it. This nigga was like the Steph Curry with Quaaludes. But do you know what I realized after you started, like after a while, not initially when he got arrested, everybody was solid. They was like, oh my God, Bill was doing what? Then you know what I realized over the time? There's a few people who got a little bit loose, no Diddy. And when they were on certain podcasts or certain platforms, but they were from the era that Bill was really lit and operated in, they admitted, they said, I ain't gonna lie. Back in that era, women loved Quaaludes. Like, it was part of how you had fun. So you weren't drugging them. They kind of knew what it was. And those people, I'm not saying normalizing the situation, but they were just saying it's not what y'all thought. I think that's a lot of what we're going to see with Diddy. Because half of these niggas done been at these parties. Diddy probably done got prostitutes, sex workers, and we're going to talk about sex workers. All type of people to suck their dicks, give them threesomes, orgies, massages, you know what I mean? Give them some wild experiences. And for them, they look at those encounters being on the up and up. So they're going to have a different opinion on what we're now terming as, you know, the feds are looking at Diddy for complete human trafficking. They're not looking at him for some other shit. They're looking at him for human trafficking. You feel what I'm saying? Shit. I remember Ross was even on Somalian or champagne. How did Ross explain that? Anyway, cool. I agree with Boosie. I agree with Uncle Luke. There's a lot of people who indulge in this behavior that are silent. There's a lot of men, and I'm going to be very clear, and we've been hearing the whispers more and more now. We're hearing there's a lot of you male rappers who got flipped by Diddy. You know how, you know who, I'm not going to call him no type of name, but like, you know a conversation I hate to have with like a girl who's like a lesbian? Is when they argue with a dude like, yo, I could take your bitch, yo, I could flip her, I could make her into being gay. Right? Well, on the opposite, I've heard there's a few male rappers that Diddy has flipped. Take it how you want it. There's a few male rappers that came in this industry, they were straight, and they got flipped. Facts. Those people are all quiet. Can't hear a peep from nobody. Very interesting. Again, the silence of people not speaking up is the biggest silence of it all. The silence is not only them not wanting to be associated with Diddy because he's going through a lot. The silence, I am telling you, is because some of these people were complicit. Some of these people were active. Some of these people also facilitated. And some of these people turned a blind eye. Or they normalized it. This quietness, like, play this. The only people talking about this now are the media people who, like, this is a big story, so everybody's talking about it. Fuck, we had like 40,000 people watching like two nights in a row. Like, come on, like, it's a big story. Media people like me are gonna talk about it, but all them executives that be fucking with him, nobody ain't talking about shit. Nobody wanna, all the rappers, nobody wanna talk about shit. Anyway, there has been some news that kind of came down, and by the way, I'm telling you, these things, it's going to get so ugly. I can't imagine what a war room with Diddy and his lawyers would even look like. What would that resemble? How could that even make sense? I can't understand. I can't begin to fathom what that would be. If you guys haven't seen the latest news, there is some news about Diddy and his finances, which, by the way, let me just suspend the thing on here. Give me 1 second. Pause on this side here. Thank you. Okay, which this is important, and I want to show you why it's getting so sticky for Diddy right now. Okay, and no Diddy on that. Okay. When Diddy was going through his legal dispute with Diageo, okay, Diddy made a big stink on trying to make sure, and I don't know if I can find the article. He wanted to make sure his finances, and this is very common. Trump doesn't want his finances and his tax returns and everything being in lawsuits or whatever. And it's not only because maybe sometimes they're capping, they don't got as much as they do. Sometimes it's, hey, listen, if you really know that Trump has this amount liquid, for anybody who might want to sue him, they're like, oh shit, if he got like, you know what I mean, $3 billion just sitting in the bank, let me just go get like my $50 million because we'll know exactly where to go find the money. So a lot of people don't like their financials to be like disclosed, right? It's really a big thing, especially these billionaires, because they're dealing with lawsuits all the time, right? Now, in the Diageo lawsuit, which he was suing them, he and I can't find it now, but he basically protested against his finances being not sealed. He was like, hey, I'll submit some finances to court, but it can't be accessible to the public. Now, what's happening with this like subpoena and everything else going on around him, everybody's digging into Diddy's personal life. And obviously this is not even coming out via court document, but now we have Daily Mail who's saying Diddy owes the bank nearly $100 million after taking out 8 mortgages on his 3 extravagant homes in Los Angeles and Miami that were raided by Homeland Security. It said Diddy, who's 54, took out 8 mortgages to fund the purchases of 3 luxury mansions in Los Angeles and Miami, which, by the way, it says 3, so I wonder if it's 2 in LA and 1 in Miami, or 2 in Miami, 1 in LA. It says the rap star borrowed nearly $140 million from multiple banks to pay for the homes and close to $100 million is still owed. On Monday, the same properties were raided, a part of a human trafficking investigation. So let's actually read through this. It says Diddy has borrowed a eye-watering $140 million from multiple banks to pay for his extravagant property empire, raising questions as to whether if he really does have a $1 billion fortune. Now, let me just stop it at that and just be. I'm trying to be very fair. Him having a mortgage, and even though I think that they're leading with he took it from pretty much 8 banks, or 8. He had 8 mortgages. That means nothing to me, right? I've always been very honest with y'all. Like, I bought all my cars, including the Maybach, and my house, all cash. And it's not probably the best thing. I don't try to finesse taxes when it comes to, like, that's a toy. Like, a fucking car is a toy. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be like, yo, this is for, like, work. No, come on, get over it. That's how you get audited. That's how you really, fuck yourself over, I think. However, not because you have the money is it common or even recommended that you pay cash for everything and you don't take advantage of a lot of these, incentivized programs or benefits or tax cuts by the government if you do take mortgages. So what am I saying? Do I think that because he has a mortgage, or he has 8 mortgages for 3 properties, do I think that he can't afford them? No, I think he definitely can afford them. I think he's smart. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, Diddy's finances is way more complicated than me. Diddy's not like fucking thinking, oh, okay, let me just drag the money from it. He's like, they're probably realizing or probably coming up with a plan. This is the easiest and quickest way to give up the least amount of liquid finances as we have to, while maintaining ownership or even paying. And I'm pretty sure all the fucking what do you call the interest and whatever interest rate they got from all these mortgages, I'm pretty sure they're like recouping once they do taxes and shit like that. So, like, I don't think that because he has 8 mortgages for 3 properties and it's to the tune of $140 million, and he owes about like $100 million, which is like about, he owes still like 2/3 of it. I don't think it means he's not as rich as we might think he is. I think he's just fucking smart. The fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna, it's Diddy, right? So this article is trying to say they're raising question to see if he has a $1 billion fortune. For most smart billionaires, you don't want to just buy $140 million in property, even if you have $1 billion on hand, which I'm pretty sure Diddy did not. You know what I mean? Like, his net worth was $1 billion, but it didn't mean he had $1 billion liquid, okay? Also, I keep telling you, word on the street was that Revolt, which, by the way, he just got rid of, was hemorrhaging cash for him. People told me, like, Revolt was primarily financed by him. He was not making a profit. He was hemorrhaging money, so he was losing millions of dollars to maintain this per year in trying to get new shows, promotion, and everything else to maintain, okay? Anyway, Say it could be the biggest home loan ever taken out by a Hollywood star, as the 54-year-old has needed several mortgages to fund the purchase of the 3 luxury mansions in Los Angeles and Miami. Here's the thing, too, and this is why I think, as media, unfortunately for Diddy, we're not gonna have too much sympathy for him because of what he's alleged and what people just feel like he's gotten away with over the years. But let's be honest. Didn't they say Elon Musk got like $200 billion? Nigga, when he bought Twitter, now known as X, well, what the fuck? Elon Musk Twitter purchase. He used mad loans. He used mad loans and other people's money, to kind of make the purchase. He didn't just like, hey, I'm wiring you $44 billion. Now, is his net worth like $200 billion? Yes, right? Look, he bought it for $44 billion. If we Google it now, Elon Musk net worth, it says $197 billion. Yeah, but he didn't just wire that money. Like, it was a very complicated way in how he bought it. So it's kind of interesting. This article is just trying to make it seem like, oh, Diddy didn't buy these properties cash. Maybe he's not as rich as we think he is. No. Okay. All right. So all 3 were rated. Oh, that's interesting. So there's a third property in LA and Miami. We only heard about the Homely Hills property, and that's where we had seen that troll nigga who was like, yo, when my basketball go over there, I don't even go get it. The Miami joint is the Star Island joint, but apparently there's another place that he owns. I could probably do some research on him, but I don't want to dox him, even though it's probably pretty much public knowledge, but we won't do that. Okay, all 3 were rated on Monday by Homeland Security after mounting sexual harassment and rape lawsuits, with agents ransacking the homes, taking away boxes and bags of evidence. Nearly $100 million is still owed by the rapper, producer, and entrepreneur, which is due to be paid back within the next few years, with one $23 million loan needing to be settled by 2029. Okay, I'm guessing he must have I don't know what type of deals these are, but usually our normal person mortgage is 30 years. If he had got 30 years from 2029, would have been, what is that, 1999? I don't know any cribs he's had for that long. Anyway, they got several mortgages. Yeah, this is a Homely Hills one, I believe, right? So this is a Homely Hills one. He took out several mortgages to fund the purchase of 3 luxury mansions in Los Angeles and Miami. Okay, cool. So this is Homely Hills. We'll take a closer look at this property. This is the Miami Star Island property. I think it might be this, or maybe it's this one right here. Might be. Hold on, sorry. Might be this or this one right here. We'll see. The fuck? He took out 2 mortgages when he bought the Miami pad owned by Tommy Mottola, a music mogul and Mariah Carey's ex-husband. Mariah Carey was, I forgot she was married to Tommy Mottola. I be just linking her ass to, what do you call it again? Nick Cannon too much. And he bought it for $14.5 million in 2003. Okay. Oh, shit. They got they got the details. The assignment of mortgage and guarantee. Oh, my God. Here we go. Let's read this. Okay. The assignment of mortgage and guarantee and note, blah, 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 from HSBC Bank, whose address is da-da-da-da, whereas the assigner, the legal equitable owner and holder, da-da-da-da, made by, in the principal amount of $22 million. Okay. Yeah, we see it here. Okay, I see how TMZ found this. They pulled this from some type of public record. Okay. And this is a mortgage shit. Yo, don't this feel mad invasive? By the way, this ain't even us looking it up. TMZ just got this bitch on here. Jesus. The borrow, they don't say what the company. It's probably not Diddy's like name, but it's probably a company he owns or has some type of investment in. Then there's City Mortgage for how much? So we've seen HSBC giving 22 million. Then this is City Mortgage for, here we go, 7.25 million. And they said the payments is due in full by 2033. Oh, wow. Again, Diddy has a team of people. I gotta imagine like the reason why he has these loans is because, you know, it's probably the best loans to get these type of properties. Okay, so the 22 million, when he's supposed to pay that back? Okay, we can't see it on that shit. But there's 7 million, so 22 and 7, that's about like 29, right? And then there's another one here. Okay. We have Bank of America, and then they gave him 20,700,000. So they gave him 20 million, and they said he has to pay that back in 2036. Wow. So that's a 15-year mortgage. So I don't know if y'all can see it. That's a 15-year mortgage. It says the borrower got it on the July 2021. I think this is 100% for it even says up top, Miami-Dade Clerk of Court, Miami-Dade County. This is definitely for the Star Island property, if you ask me. Right? Like, when did you buy the Star Island property? Diddy Star Island house purchase. When did he buy it? Yeah, he bought it in 2021. Exactly. So, yeah, he bought in 2021. Look, right here. The mansion known as Da 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 once belonged to Cuban singer Gloria Estefan. In 1993, Gloria spent only 1.8 million on the home, and music mogul Diddy purchased the home in 2021. So this is the mortgage he got for the Star Island property, which is $20 million. Okay. This is the Homely Hills look. This is when the feds was going into it. Pretty big house. You could tell how big a house is. You can just count the amount of fucking like little AC units. Usually those are like separate zones in the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? God damn, it's a lot of shit. That heating bill and cooling bill is crazy. Electric bill is crazy. All right. HSI being there. Combs bought this abandoned mansion on the outskirts of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, which he's paid $2.6 million for in 2003. And this is that property. He was hoping, photos show the interior of the dilapidated home. He was hoping to renovate it, although he wasn't able to get the necessary funding. Okay. All right. Perfect. Oh, yeah. It shows it here, too. All right, man. So we've kind of gone through all that. Anyway, I don't think this means anything. I don't think this means anything. But I'll tell you what I do think it means in the grand scheme of things. It means that when Diddy recently sold Revolt, which allegedly we're going to find out who the owner is in the coming weeks, when he sold Revolt, that's him preparing and dumping some of the liabilities, because Revolt's supposed to be an asset, but it's a liability at the moment if I'm right in what my sources told me, that Diddy hasn't seen profit with Revolt and that he's been paying out of pocket to keep Revolt afloat. So if that's the case, where he's been paying out of pocket to keep it afloat, it's been a liability for him. So him dumping it, he gets to liquidate that type of it's a supposed asset that just hasn't turned profit yet. He has a lot of bills, right? If he owes $100 million, some that have to get repaid in the next 7 to 10 or 15 years, he's probably paying out a good amount of money just even off property. Then we got to think about like his actual living expense. If we're talking about butlers, we're talking about security, we're talking about drivers, we're talking about his jet. That's a lot of money. So perhaps maybe when he sold Revolt, he did see this coming, right? Like, okay, I got to really bunker down, right? Like if it was just only the Cassie thing in the bad press, you step down and, hopefully it goes away and maybe one day you could go back and be the leader of Revolt again. But he sold it. And this only tells me that he sold it primarily because there's a lot of bills he probably got to pay. So he owes $100 million. I'm pretty sure he has way more than that, but there's other shit he has to pay, and of course you have to think about life afterwards. Okay. Interesting. Now, not only was that being reported, Diddy, and this is the feds, like, the feds have blew the lid off the can, so to speak, by, we're here. Like, we're investigating you. We don't need to do things covertly anymore. We're going to be dropping subpoenas. We're going to be dropping, summons and all those things to get to talk to the people we need to talk to. We're probably going to be very forceful, but we don't have to operate like we need to keep it quiet, because you already know we ran up in your house. And one of those things that I seen happen was that Diddy's, let me see, hold on. Yeah, they have now issued federal subpoenas for all Diddy's companies. And these companies necessarily isn't like, oh, we think your money is like some illegal drug money. They believe that Diddy's wealth and finances that has came primarily through business has been used to fund all these things, which, by the way, this is going to be very messy, right? If a company was bankrolling, I don't know, like, I'll give you an example. Diddy, let's say, I'm making this up, by the way, this is not true, but I'm making it up. Diddy flies, I don't know, 5 sex workers, right, from Miami to his LA mansion, but the jet and that leg of the jet is registered, or it was written off on his taxes as, hey, this was a work flight for Revolt or for Diageo, right? This, and he was flying around these women or these people really for the expectation or the solicitation and trafficking in a sense for sex, but he wrote it off as it was business. Even further than that, they're trying to verify, okay, cool. They've talked to a bunch of people. I got to imagine they've talked to Cassie already. If we could get the other people to verify some of the things that we have been talking to these people. And oh, okay, yeah, Diddy flew us all up from A to B for sex, and then they're like, okay, let's look at who was on the plane with you, right? Because you're not gonna have a plane with just one person on it. Let's go see. All right, so you're on the plane with 7 other people. Let's go interview them. Let's see if any of them will corroborate the story. Hey, why did you go from Miami to LA that day with these people? What did you do in LA? Did you have any business purpose? Was it understood that Diddy was flying you out for fun or whatever the case is? And I think that's how they're trying to corroborate their story. And you will see here, it says the raids on Diddy's homes are just a start. The feds are issuing subpoenas to companies doing business with him, aiming to identify anyone with information pertinent to the sex trafficking probe. The sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ that the subpoenas all bear Diddy's name, and they were sent to various providers tied to the rappers, including private jet charter, phone providers, and computer companies, right? So they want to get all information that they can find on electronic devices, but I hear they are trying to figure out who was on all these planes, right? We're told subpoenas are being fired off by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, which we've reported is running the investigation. The sources say subpoenas will be issued to commercial airlines as well, and possibly the FAA, just in case Diddy opted for commercial flights instead of private jets. Again, any plane getting in the sky, you have to register a flight path, you have to register a manifest. That's it. You know what I mean? Which means the manifest is going to be every person who's going to be on the plane, their name, date of birth, at least. And if it's going to go international, then it becomes a little bit more complicated. But for domestic flights, name, date of birth. Like, again, if somebody's going to add you to a flight, like even when I was supposed to go to, remember when Kanye was having some weird shit in Wyoming? Like, he rented out, some commercial plane, which I guess was operating as a private plane at that time, just for Kanye. And he was flying a bunch of journalists out. And you had, I forgot the guy's name. He used to work for Complex. They were reaching out to mad journalists, like, hey, Kanye wants to put you on a private jet. Like, all they would just ask you just to put you on is like, hey, we just need your name, date of birth, right? And just show up to this location and you just board. That's it. You know what I mean? There's no ticket, so to speak, right? Okay. As reported, the Fed's goal here is to find who's flying on Diddy's dime, where they went. They're not only looking for alleged victims, but they're also looking for potential witnesses who could support or dispute allegations of human/sex trafficking. It will be particularly intriguing to see if the people who have sued Diddy were on those planes. What's more, we're told that subpoenas will enable the feds to gather more intel about the nature of Diddy's involvement with those various businesses. Now, this is the thing I think is probably going to come and fuck Diddy. And no Diddy on that about Diddy. But because Diddy was such a important asset, and he had so many companies that probably had budgets for him to travel. Like, for example, even when he just got, detained for a second and they found his personal plane in, I don't know, they found his personal plane in Antigua. Here's the thing. Diddy had all these companies. I'm pretty sure he had access to multiple private jets. Diageo had a whole budget for him to go promote Ciroc and DeLeon. I'm pretty sure they would be like, hey, we have this private jet chartered for you, or you have this budget to charter a private jet. And then he would probably have his private jet that he owns personally. And he could say he could give it to his kids. He could give it to his side chicks. He could give it to, y'all can fly with this for now because I'm over here using their dime, right? I can imagine that they want to see how difficult, or not how difficult, how much did he try to double dip in using finances or using resources of a company, especially these companies that, at that point, you're almost kind of liable a bit. If he used their resources to fly around women he was trying to fuck. That's it. Did you use Diageo's private plane to fly around women that were involved in freak-offs, right? We're told that the feds already interviewed several people connected to lawsuits filed against Diddy. It's going to take some time for the authorities to determine whether they have enough evidence to indict due to the expansive nature of the investigation. Diddy does deny all wrongdoing. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, there was a... Let me see. Oh, yo, real quick. Real quick. Oh, by the way, I gotta watch this too. Remind me to watch this. Joe Budden talked about Meek Mill laughing at my podcast offer. I want to hear what they have to say about it. Okay, real quick. Let's actually have like a serious talk on some real shit. Maybe Diddy's arrogance and maybe him feeling invincible. Like, Diddy's 54 years of age, right? If we really play this out, if Diddy ever gets to trial, if Diddy ever gets convicted of the crimes that we assume he might get charged with, human trafficking, sex trafficking, racketeering, this might be years. He's 54 now. And I know you look at him and he's still got the waves. He's still like portraying the image of youth, but he's an elderly man. He's 54. He could be 57, 58 by the time that we actually get to the bottom or get to a potential verdict if this ever goes to trial. At that point, almost any damn sentence that Diddy gets is a damn life sentence. Let's be honest. If they give him 15, you're 65. They sentence you to 15 years. You got to do till you're 75. You're fucked. They give you 20. We think Diddy going to come out at 80? Come on. Right? So this is definitely, it's an interesting situation for him to play because this is, he's up there in age, and whatever sentence would essentially be seen as a life sentence, even if it's not necessarily saying life sentence, right? His arrogance, though, and the only reason I mention age is because I think a lot of people do look at him and say, yo, Diddy, what the fuck were you doing, bro? Like, how are you still even, like, dog, it's not even, you should have retired from all of this fuckery you were doing. You shouldn't even have no new bitch like Young Miami and these other young girls still kind of continuing the same shit, because eventually you should know it was going to catch up with you, right? And then I go back to R. Kelly. R. Kelly, again, it's either arrogance, ignorance, or maybe just a combination of the two. This is, I ran to this clip recently, right? And we watched that R. Kelly Gayle interview where he was wilding recently. We watched this, right? Like, you remember this? Look.
This doesn't even make sense.
Right?
Use your common sense. Don't forget the blogs. Forget how you feel about me. Hate me if you want to, love me if you want, but just use your common sense. How stupid would it be for me to, with my crazy past,
right?
I have been buried alive.
We briefly paused.
Yeah. I'm trying to have a relationship with my kids.
Robert.
30 years of my career. Y'all trying to kill me. You're killing me, man. This is not about music. I'm trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
At this point, we briefly paused the interview to give
Now,
Kelly...
I'll be honest with you. You see, and by the way, I keep saying I think Diddy's at this point. But you get to realize R. Kelly was wilding way beyond the natural scope of if he was doing that and say he was a chance of him getting away with it. I ran to this clip. You ever seen this clip? And by the way, when you watch this, you're like, damn, man, maybe they really... And then go from this clip and go to this. R. Kelly was a fucking menace, my nigga. Look at this shit. R. Kelly is at a concert overseas, nigga. And R. Kelly is literally recruiting bitches in song format. You ever heard this?
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl,
do you got your passport? Do you got your shots? Look.
would you like to come back with Rob to America?
Would you like to come back with Rob to America? This just sounds like some shit out of like The Lion King. What? Nigga, what?
Passport. Did you get your shots? Girl, would you?
Like, when you think about a nigga got a video like this, bro, of course you're gonna get sentenced for trafficking. Nigga, you're harmonizing. Do you have the shit that I could take you back to my country to fuck you? Nigga.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
What?
America. Do you have your passport?
Yo, that's a wild statement. You got your passport? You got your shots. Would you like to come back with me? America. What? Nah, Kelly was wildin'.
Passport. Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back?
This nigga giving a PSA for trafficking. Who wants to come back with Act to America? What?
Who wants to come back with us to have your passport? Did you get your shots?
What?
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, chat. Me and my mans was in the strip club, and we was parodying this clearly, like we're literally like parodying this, because like none of the girls like spoke English. Do you have your passport? Like, this is crazy.
Passport. Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
Somebody says the backup singer's just as guilty. Nah, this is crazy right here. This is solicitation. Imagine performing in like Ghana or Venezuela. Do you got your passport? Do you got your shots? Yo, if you gotta ask a girl if she got her shots, yo, my nigga, that's like you like at a fucking petting zoo, nigga. That's like you're thinking life is a petting zoo. Nigga, you think you had one of these little dog adoption situation where you like, yo, does he have his shots? What the fuck?
Did you get your shots?
Did you get your... Nigga, he not talking about the COVID shots. Nigga, this nigga talking about like tuberculosis or some shit like that, nigga. He talking about the shit you get a birth. You got your shots? Nah, this is a demon.
Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
Imagine, you vaccinated?
America.
This is some coming to America type shit. This is crazy.
Your shots. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. Do you have your passport?
Do you have your shots?
America. America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
That's crazy. Yo, my nigga, when you see this and you see later on he's been sentenced for trafficking, you gotta be like, yo, bruh, you was too arrogant, my nigga. You was too arrogant, nigga. Yo, that's crazy. To America! What the? Oh, nah. I wonder which country this was in, because this nigga was trying to make it seem like, yo, you want to come to paradise? You want to come back with me to America? One more time,
You
chat.
have your passport. Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
I like how he pointed. I like how this nigga pointed. He don't even know where he at. You want to come back to America? Yo, this nigga's crazy, bro.
America.
he turned around. Yo, that nigga turned around and looked at the other side of the crowd. Yo, the head nod right here was like...
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
Yeah, you got it. Oh, man. Nah, shots my man Kels, but yo, Kels, that you was wildin', Kels. Kels was wildin'. Kels was wildin'. Kels was wildin'. Like, he didn't even know he was wildin'.
In their sit down, Teray asked the singer outright if he liked teenage girls, to which Kelly replied,
When you say teenage, how old are we talking?
Yo, Kelly didn't even know he was tripping, bro. He ain't even know his arrogance, bro. He ain't even know he was tripping, bro. I swear he don't know he was tripping. Yo, the interviewer was just looking at him like, yo. Yo, the interview was like, no, nigga, you can't be serious, right? Like,
down, Teray asked the singer outright if he liked teenage girls, to which Kelly replied,
When you say teenage, how old are we talking?
this nigga's face, his price is like, I gotta explain this?
Girls who are teenagers.
Kelly then nodded but denied being attracted.
Nah. Let's hit it.
You know, wondering about you. Do you like teenage girls?
When you say teenage, how old are we talking?
Girls who are
Yo, this nigga's like, he's like, what? Wait, hold on.
teenagers,
19?
19 and younger.
I have some 19-year-old friends, but I don't like anybody illegal if that's what we're talking about, underage.
Some people.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, R. Kelly's interviews are like Meek Mill tweeting. It's like, yo, bro, like, the worst thing you could ever say to answer any question, you know how Meek always says that? This nigga R. Kelly would just say to, bro, all you had to say, I don't like kids.
People think that you like underage girls. What do you say to them?
Well, those people that don't know Robert, they don't know me, so I usually don't get into what people think about me, because all my career, even before the trial, people have had their opinions about Robert, and that's probably because it has a lot to do with me. I kind of shy away from the crowd.
Do you like teenage girls?
When you say teenage, how old are we talking?
A couple of things. One, there's going to be no negativity. I'm just asking you questions.
Well, I
sir.
know the difference
I'm asking
between
you
a negative
questions.
question and a positive one. So
But
if I think it's negative, I'm going to walk.
I'm not going to ask you
With all
questions
due
that
respect to all of you guys here.
I won't
know
ask
you got
you
a job to
questions
do.
that are framed in a specific
I know
way,
this is
one
your
way or
job.
another. I'm asking, yeah.
I understand this is your job.
So let's talk about your lyrics for a moment, okay? So would you say that you have a healthy relationship with sex? Sex is mentioned frequently in your lyrics. In many of the songs you talk about having sex with women, multiple women. Would you say that you have a healthy relationship with sex and that is reflected musically?
I would have to say this. I did not come here to get interrogated. I didn't come here for a deposition. You know what a deposition is?
I'm very aware of what a deposition is. I'm asking you about your music.
With me when
I asked about your
say
music.
that this sounds sort of like a deposition.
I think it may be the accent, but no, I'm asking you specifically about your music.
I didn't even hear your accent. I only hear your English.
It's my. I'm
not
asking you
paying
about
attention to your accent.
I'm
only paying attention to the English that comes out of your mouth.
I'm asking you about your music
not a
and your
deposition.
lyrics.
This is a deposition. This is not about R. Kelly. This is not about music. This is not about someone who works hard on his music who has an album out. This is about trying to interrogate me, and this is about disrespect. And I'm going to sit here.
Mr. Kelly, I don't believe I'm disrespecting. Mr. Kelly, I don't believe I'm disrespecting you. I asked you a very specific question about your lyrics.
Your intelligence, not mine.
I asked you a very specific question about your music and your lyrics.
Well, if you don't think you're disrespecting me, then that's just, like I say, the level of your intelligence, not mine.
Okay.
I respect it.
I'm going to ask about
I respect that you have a job.
I'm going to just go to a comment.
Do you drink?
Do I drink?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Do you get drunk?
Yeah.
You fall all over and not know it yet?
I don't understand the line of questioning, but no.
I say exactly. But it ain't positive, is it? It has nothing to do with your job, does it?
But I'm asking you specifically about your music and your lyrics.
Well,
that has very much about your job.
My personal life.
Which has started with all due respect. Actually, no, this is a great point. No, it is. Your personal life has started to interfere with the way that people consume your lyrics.
Right,
I sent you some messages there about that.
You're here to get ratings and I understand it. I respect that.
No, sir,
you won't be getting them off me if you're going to interrogate me.
I'm not interrogating you.
Talk about something positive.
Let's bring in one.
I'm in New York. I'm having a great time. I'm finna go visit some friends. I'm finna do some more business. I'm finna have a great time. I didn't come here for you to spoil that. One more question.
You're here to promote your album.
One more question.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
What do you say to the multiple fans, the many fans who are watching and listening that say there have been multiple accusations against you, against young women in Chicago, and they are concerned about your past and that's impacting them from purchasing your music sales?
I love them all. It doesn't matter who they are. If they hate me, they love me, they want to destroy me, whatever, I love them all. And I love you too.
You don't need to give me any of your love, sir.
I love everybody.
You really don't need to give me your love. I just wanted to ask a question. What do you say to the fans, your fans who don't want to buy your music?
I'm not going to allow you to do that, but I love you. I love my fans.
Okay, I have a video question for you from a fan.
No video questions for me because this interview is over.
Okay, well, Mr. K.
Hey, by the way, this is the reason why we're so Diddy is also in like a PR crisis. Like it's a nightmare for him, right? I'm gonna explain. Okay. None of the media is pro Diddy, right? By the way, Diddy spent hundreds of thousands, maybe millions along the way on press. And maybe some of those entities would want to give him the benefit of the doubt because Diddy's lined a lot of people's pockets. But there's no press even saying, well, no one's being a voice of, I don't want to call it reason, but there's no one giving him like the benefit of the doubt. Everybody's making jokes. Everybody's like, looking for another story that kind of confirms that, these allegations might have some merit to it. I imagine Diddy wants to do a few things, and this is why he's in such a pickle, and no Diddy on the pickle. He can't send out cease and desist because that's going to make you look guilty. If he says anything to any particular media outlet about any particular story, he looks guilty. So he's really sitting on his hands, and he's not like firing off, because you could imagine his legal team's like ready to fire off a lot of like, hey, we're going to sue you for defamation. We're going to sue you for blah, 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 blah. None of that's happening. No slander, none of that. Then on a PR level, it's like, okay, well, the media isn't helping you naturally. And we do believe that the police are probably being aggressive and are trying to bring forth charges because these lawsuits have been such a public spectacle. And it's a public spectacle because of the media. So how do you try to change the story? a lot of times artists at that point, they'll put out a statement. We did see Diddy put out a statement months ago, right? He pulled out just personally. He says, enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I've sat silently and watched people trying to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. Sean Diddy Combs. That didn't stop anything. Did not stop anything. He's posted nothing but positivity. He's even posted like his, beautiful daughter, and posted very, family stuff. Like you can see, just look at his feed. Ever since then, this is him saying he loves Kim. This is his 2 daughters who are twins. Who is this right here? He posts his mother. Right? Basically, like, he's posting as many things about family and how much he loves his family, hoping that it could kind of dissipate some of the, people thinking he's a bad guy. So he's really showing a lot of love. He posted his son. Happy 30th birthday to my son. Oh, Justin's 30? Oh, okay. He posted him almost damn near praying, right? He posted, his baby. Like, he's posted pretty much everything to kind of show, hey, I'm a human too. I have a family, and, I love people. I'm not like a villain, right?
Is it that simple?
God is great. Don't get no simpler than that, bro.
Did you know that? I mean, I'm
posting about God from Kobe. Shows his girls, which would probably let people know, like, hey, listen, of course he can't hate women. He has daughters that he loves. You get what I mean? None of these things are working, okay? Now, what that has done, and look, his picture, it literally has the love symbol, like, he's doing this, whatever, or the heart, or whatever. There is a school of thought to say, the only way to try to change this narrative and really humanize you, even though you've tried to do this via your Instagram, posting a bunch of your family stuff, you should do an interview. Now, the reason why I played R. Kelly is because R. Kelly tried that approach too. It was the worst possible thing for Kelly. Everything Kelly did, because again, no matter if Diddy does an interview, these questions are going to be asked. How he deals with it is going to be the thing. When it was done with R. Kelly, it was all viral moments. It kind of fueled the situation instead of like making people feel like it was a bunch of just random accusations that didn't hold any water. I think Diddy's at that place now where I'm pretty sure there's been a conversation of, Diddy, maybe we do need to have an interview. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'll give Diddy this advice as free advice of charge. You don't do an interview. You're one of the most, you're not like Kelly. You're way advanced than him with dealing with the press. You can't do an interview. You don't want to sit down with nobody. I don't care if it's a softball interview that you could possibly get with one of the people who are still kind of cool with you. No, you can't do an interview at all. None of these interviews helped R. Kelly. And I don't think an interview would help Diddy at all. Okay? So, that's my thought to this whole thing. Right? Okay. So now, we do get some information, and this is the thing that we're all wondering. We're getting more information about what happened when this raid occurred. What happened? What did they find? What were they looking for? It's been confirmed that they were looking for electronic devices. And actually, here we go. There's okay.
Mansion clear, but his jet. Yeah, but you were 13. What were you saying?
Okay. There's a video that I've seen that kind of give the update on what was taken thus far. And by the way, Diddy's plane, the one that was in
Where
Antigua,
is Diddy? The rapper
is back at Opelika Airport. So by the way, Opelika Executive Airport is also some sort of a hangar as well for a lot of people's airplanes, including Rick Ross and even Diddy. Because most times when Diddy's on the East Coast, because when he's on the West, it would be at a LA hangar.
and music mogul hasn't publicly surfaced since the raids in both his LA and Miami Beach homes. We're learning the property on Star Island plays prominently in the investigation. Local 10's Glenna Milberg joins us live with the details. Glenna.
Nicole, we actually have every reason to believe that Combs was actually here on Star Island at his home today. I want to show you what some reporters here are calling the Mary Poppins effect. The umbrellas there have been shielding the entrance to his home. He has stayed out of sight since Homeland Security agents were here on Monday doing that search warrant, doing that raid. And since
Do you have your passport?
about a sex trafficking.
Do you have your shots?
The private guards at Star Island spent hours fussing with umbrellas to shield the car. If there were decoys to throw off onlookers there to track Sean Diddy Combs, it worked. Those vehicles left the house shortly before we learned Combs' private plane had landed at Opelika Airport just after 1. Since federal agents served one of 2 search warrants here Monday, a celebrity-soaked narrative exploded into the headlines about a sex trafficking investigation headed by federal prosecutors in New York City. That criminal case may draw witnesses and probable cause from the series of civil lawsuits from prior girlfriends and a producer with stories, photos, and as documented video of underage sex trafficking, drug-fueled sex abuse, intimidation, and violence. Notice the investigators are from Homeland Security, not the FBI. That might indicate the alleged crimes happened not only across the country, but in other countries' jurisdictions too. In the allegations, Combs' Miami base plays a prominent role. An example, this strip club on a Miami river where the producer claims he was sent to hire sex workers to bring to the house. This video shows Combs' LA home in the aftermath of the raid there Monday. At his Star Island address, agents seized Combs' electronics, including a silver MacBook Air. So those electronics, computers, phones, that...
So from what I'm hearing, they took all phones having to do, I haven't heard the specific names, but I do hear that Justin Combs and Diddy's phones were taken. Not only their current phones, their previous phones. Phones, tablets, computers that they believe belong to both of them. That's what I've heard, which again, we haven't seen a search warrant, but it would have to specify anything for these guys you could take, right? I think it's interesting that they allegedly took phones of the son. It probably means, not necessarily he's the subject of the investigation, but maybe they think he has some type of association or maybe was complicit or was maybe a co-actor in some of these crimes.
That seems to be what the intent was of the search warrants both here and in LA. I confirmed with the Southern District in New York today, the prosecutors, those search warrants are not yet public record, and so we don't know exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, okay. Also,
okay, so 35 minutes past the hour now, and we are learning more about the sex trafficking raids on mansions belonging to Sean Diddy Combs.
This is from 6 hours ago, by the way.
LA Times reports that agents seized hard drives and electronics. And what else? Derek Parker's
So what we're hearing is that when they first went in, they immediately went to the surveillance room, and actually they had disabled it before they got there, that's like some crazy shit. Like, I don't know what type of hacking, you see you ever watch these movies? I love watching spy movies or whatever. You see somebody in a white truck outside and they're like, yo, I shut the security system down. Go in. You know what I mean? Apparently, they disabled it before they got in. But the first thing they did was they went straight to the surveillance room, which supposedly they knew where that was. They grabbed everything they needed to grab, whatever, DVRs, maybe any type of local storage. Maybe if there was cassette tapes, maybe if there was CDs or DVDs, and probably, if there was any type of cloud, storage, they probably were either briefed on that or probably were trying to make sure that they could, salvage that information that they could, deal with anyway.
As reports that agents seized hard drives and electronics. And what else? Derek Parker is a retired NYPD detective. He worked in the department's rap intelligence unit. Nice to see you. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here. So the reason why we know about this is because at least 4 civil suits have been filed against him. And in those suits, what were the allegations they were making?
Sex trafficking, gun possession, and narcotics.
Okay, and so the police made a move this week. And if you look at some of these aerials, Derek, they went in with a ton of firepower. Why was all that necessary?
Well, once they had information that there were probably weapons in the house and the drugs, they had to be careful. So they mounted a team of, just like their SWAT team, to go in and to take care of that safely.
Here's from the LA Times saying that inside the Sean Diddy Combs raid, emptied safes, dismantled electronics, gun-toting feds. Sources said it appears investigators searching Combs' Holmby Hills home.
You know what we haven't heard? Like, to me, is very, it's highly unlikely that the feds searched these 3 mansions and allegedly may have even searched his New York, I think it's like penthouse or whatever, that they've searched all these things. And what we haven't heard is about them finding any weapons. Not that they were looking for weapons, but, if they find weapons, they're, even though if they're not looking for it, they're probably going to just do their due diligence, check to make sure that it's a legal gun, this and third. We haven't heard nothing. Like, I'm pretty sure there was some weapons around. Like, no fucking way. 3 mansions. Even though he has security, I get it. No weapons, no guns, no nothing.
Emptied safe, dismantled electronics, and left papers strewn in some rooms. Federal agents disabled his security system and seized the hard drive. That's a source according to the Times. So on the hard drive, that's where I assume they would have. They believed they needed it for evidence?
Well, the feds had a warrant to go in, and when they search his locations, their judge signs off on the warrant. They go in and they search everything in the house, from floors to cabinets to safes. They're all specified in the warrant.
Okay, so I mentioned the lawsuits, right? Just put those up here. This goes back to November of last year, right? Cassie, former girlfriend,
yes,
files these suits. The next month you have Jane Doe, not public, right? Says she was gang raped at age 17. Then you had a suit in February, another suit in March. If they go forward with this trial, where the raids happen in LA and the raids happen in Miami, the trial comes in New York?
Well, the Southern District is the one that's probably orchestrating everything right now. So everything that's coming out of this case is going to come from New York. Even though it's in Miami, even though it's in LA or whatever it is, they're going to take over. The Southern District is going to take. They initiated the case, and they're going to take the case.
Do you have any insight into his state of mind right now?
Not really. Listen, I knew Diddy back when I arrested him for the Club New York shooting, and then the assault with Steve Stout at MTV.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Oh, this guy's a former, police officer.
Come from New York. Even though it's in Miami, even though it's in LA or whatever it is, they're going to take over. The Southern District is going to take. They initiated the case, and they're going to take the case.
Do you have any insight into his state of mind right now?
Not really. Listen, I knew Diddy back when I arrested him for the Club New York shooting, and then the assault with Steve Stout at MTV. We know each other pretty well, professionally. But I haven't seen him in years. But right now, it's got to be bothering him. He's at this height in his life where he's a billionaire almost. And he's very, very well-liked by some people, not by others. But he's very famous. I know this has got to be bothering him right now, all these allegations that have come out against him and the people that come out against him.
You followed his career then? Because,
sort of, yes.
And, you guys have that relationship, right?
Yeah, I've been following him from the time when I knew him.
Has he been living a clean life?
For the most part, I could say yes and maybe no. There's other people, if you ask, they're going to say no, that he's lived different lives.
I got to keep you on speed dial. I want to find out how you get to be the hip-hop cop.
Well, we had a problem back in the days with the rap music.
Derek, nice to see you.
Nice.
That's interesting. And this guy even being here, so apparently he's like, so in New York, they have hip-hop police. It's like a division or a subdivision of the New York Police Department that they specify cops to basically a task force to monitor rappers within the city that live there, who work there, or even people that's not from the city, but if they're in music, if they come to the city. That's actually super interesting. And you know what it kind of told me? Because keep in mind, hey, let's say the feds ran in, they were hoping to find some incriminating shit. Let's say Diddy cleaned up. We're not saying that the incriminating shit existed, but let's say he cleaned up. You can't find nothing. You can't find no videotape. You can't find no hard evidence, no texts, nothing like that. I don't think the feds want to come out empty-handed on this. even if it's going to be, oh, we got him on illegal weapons possession, and they might just charge a bunch of people. Like, they want to get something, right? This is what I was thinking about, and I'm wondering if the feds talk to this guy. Because you know who's been very vocal recently? The woman who was allegedly shot by Diddy, she's speaking up a lot. She's speaking up recently, and actually she just was on national media, I think recently, talking about, all these raids. Let me see, here we go.
She joins us now.
And I'm wondering if the feds are saying, hey, listen, I forgot how Diddy was charged then, but the feds could pick that up under some type of racketeering and use that because she's clearly down to talk. She's a victim, right? Maybe try to dig this case up and be like, yo, if we can't get him on some of the sexual assault shit and sex trafficking shit, let's get him on some shit that he shot a chick in the face. And yes, he, quote, unquote, got off that case, but we have the witness who's still alive, who's still down to talk, and we could probably dig up some other things and probably other people to corroborate and actually get him charges on that. Anyway, this is the woman who got shot in the face in the club in 1999. Shine was the fall person for that. He got actually sentenced and deported. However, this woman has always maintained that it wasn't Shine who shot her. She said it was Diddy. Listen to her.
Now sharing her story. Natanya, thank you so much for being with us. I can't imagine what you've been through since 1999 and then all the emotions that must be coming up over the last couple of days. What was your reaction, Natanya, when you saw these massive raids at P. Diddy's two homes?
First and foremost, thank you for having me. It was very emotional. In short, it was extremely emotional because it was basically it marked 25 years, a quarter of a century since this occurred. And I've had to relive this over and over again, intermittently in that time. So when I saw it, it was very cathartic because I finally felt like justice would be done. Justice would be mine and belong to all of his victims.
Yeah, and you have said since really right after the shooting that it was P. Diddy who shot you. I think you even said it to the doctor that night, right?
I said it immediately. I literally watched them pull out the guns. I've had a clear point of view. For God's sake, I got shot in my nose. I was facing them directly. I watched everything occur and have described it, vehemently to all parties involved. I think in our society, we have respectability politics. There are people who want to be adjacent to power or celebrity or money, and there's a hierarchy of respectability. Because his name was more notable, he was believed rather than a victim who gave a first-hand account. By the grace of God, I survived.
Yeah, and this was also a different time. Things were very, very different in 1999. Did you sense right from the beginning that no one believed you?
Well, I don't think that was on my mind. I think first and foremost, I'm a mother. I'm a mother of 3. At the time, I was a mother of 2. And just surviving and getting home to my children was of the utmost importance to me. Being whole and being able to mother them. That was, primary on my list. I didn't have any reason to believe that to think that someone would not believe me. But as things unfolded, it was a very short period of time where I realized that's what in fact was happening.
So, as I mentioned, Diddy has denied being the one who pulled the trigger. But this is interesting, Natanya. Rodney Jones, also known as Little Rod, is now suing Diddy for sexual harassment. That's something that's been in the headlines for the last couple of days. And there's a very interesting quote from his lawsuit that relates back to you that I want to read because it sort of ties all of this together. And it says, Jones claims in the lawsuit, Mr. Combs shared that he was responsible for the shooting in the nightclub in New York City with rapper Shine. He shared that artist and Mr. Combs' girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Lopez, aka J-Lo, carried the gun into the club for him and passed him the gun after he got into an altercation with another individual. So
that's another thing. We haven't heard J-Lo being mentioned. I'm wondering how hard the feds are going to go. And I can imagine they would. They're going to go pretty hard. And I wouldn't be shocked if not only they talk to this woman, if they're going to try to maybe bring charges in relation to this. And keep in mind for people who might be saying, well, it's double jeopardy. Again, I don't know what Diddy was charged with. Then I know he was picked up. But this is federally. So if the feds pick up a murder that you allegedly beat in state court, but they pick up that same murder and put it in, usually they won't just charge you for murder. They'll charge you they'll have that murder in a racketeering case. And even though you might have beat the murder, they might just have new information, and they're not going to convict you of murder, but they're going to convict you of, let's say, racketeering. They could do that. So not because Diddy necessarily beat, or I don't know exactly what happened with that particular situation, doesn't mean that that could never be brought up again. This is feds, not New York State.
So now you have Little Rod in this new lawsuit saying that Diddy told him that he actually was responsible. I mean, what did you think when you read that?
Well, I was incensed for a number of reasons. First and foremost, for the past quarter of a century, he's vehemently denied that he was responsible, even though I knew wholeheartedly, and as so many others who were in the club that night, we all knew he was responsible. A lot of people were afraid for their safety, justifiably so. I mean, the history that has occurred in the last 25 years proves that they were justified in being afraid, but I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid because I still bear I have 9 bullet fragments remaining in my face. So when I saw that count 128, that's actually count 128 of the lawsuit. When I saw that on a podcast that was analyzing all of the counts, I knew I had to speak. I had no intention of going viral. I was just getting it out of me. I have a mantra, having my say. There was a time a few years ago where I had a talk radio show called Having My Say. And that's very important to me. I believe everyone is entitled to have their say. Far too often we don't hear people or listen. And so I just wanted to get it out of me because it was like an audible, deep breath that I needed to take. And I made the TikTok video not expecting it to go viral. Went to pick up my daughter, came back home, and she's like, and I literally told her, I'm like, well, you're probably going to see it tomorrow. I made a video on TikTok. Maybe 100 people will see it. By the time we got home, she said, Mom, it was 70,000 people. And I could not believe it. But it was time. It was time for me to speak. I'd stayed quiet for 25 years. It was my time to speak.
Yeah, we don't know yet what's going to happen with the P. Diddy situation. Obviously, again, he hasn't been arrested. There's clearly a very big federal investigation happening now. But I'm thinking back to other cases, R. Kelly, Jeffrey Epstein. When they started to dig, all sorts of stuff came to the surface. They reopened old investigations. Would you like to see the investigation involving you getting shot at that club be reopened?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The irony is there was a grand jury. We all had to go and speak at the grand jury. J-Lo testified at the grand jury, as did many other people. It needs to be reopened because if that is in fact the case, she carried the gun in and she lied to the grand jury. It needs to be reopened. My shooting, ironically, the night I went into the club, I had a comb in my pocketbook called the rat tail comb. People in the beauty industry or people that use that type of comb would be all too familiar. It's just a comb. It can't do anything to harm anyone. And I had the very security officer who lied during the trial, Sharice, I forget her last name, but she literally took it from me and kind of pushed me like, you can't take this thing. This is a weapon. To let other people in with gun. If someone had combed me 24 years ago, I'd be fine. You wouldn't even know my name. But having been shot by someone that was allowed to come into the gun when I couldn't bring in a comb, I would absolutely unequivocally like the case reopened. It needs to be reopened. And the status
We begin right now.
Had people taken what I said for.
Okay, all right.
With exclusive.
That hip hop cop who was investigating that, did we play this already?
Warrant that had his houses in Miami and LA was pre-planned already. They knew they were going to do that. So they have a much bigger case. Right now with the guns, they're going to check them. They're going to trace them, see if they were used in any crimes.
I think we played this, right?
Be arrested soon. Former NYPD Detective Derek Parker, known as the Hip Hop Cop, is joining me now with his thoughts on how this plays out. First, nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
So you know Diddy, right?
Yes.
In what way?
Back in the 90s, I was assigned to the NYPD. I was the Hip Hop Cop back then, so I had to assist in arresting him in several instances where there were some crimes committed.
What were those arrests for?
One was the Club New York shooting. He was with J-Lo at the time, and the other one was the Steve Stout assault that happened with MTV.
Right. Okay. So I have some exclusive information, which you just heard. The fact, if it's true, that they found a lot of weapons at his homes, what do you think this could mean?
Well, what happened?
Oh, okay. So now we're hearing the weapons. Okay. See, I didn't know that before I played this. Okay, so allegedly there were weapons found.
Here is that the federal government.
By the way, keep in mind, if those weapons are found in Miami, which is Florida, very different than if it's found in LA, right? In Miami and Florida, again, they're very liberal with it. And by the way, here's the thing. Diddy's always going to have an out, even if there's weapons there. There's probably so many people in and out of that house. He could probably have some plausible deniability to be like, hey, my house is like fucking 50,000 square feet. I don't know who left what in my house. Like, yeah, it's my property, but it's like, I don't know who may have brought a gun and left it here, and unless they could trace it, in the way with T.I. where they were like, hey, no, the gun was in a safe that was a biometric safe, and it was with fingerprint, and niggas only your fingerprint could open it. So you must have been the person to access it or even put whatever in there. You know what I mean? But if it's just some guns randomly there, you know, Diddy has some type of plausible deniability. But I don't even think Diddy can't own weapons. He's not a convicted felon, is he? If he's not a convicted felon, these guns could be legal. So who knows? But if they found guns, I would imagine you would find guns at a very large property. I'm sorry.
Heard the fact, if it's true that they found a lot of weapons at his homes, what do you think this could mean?
Well, what happens here is that the federal government started a case with him. Apparently, the search warrant that had his houses in Miami and L.A. was pre-planned already. They knew they were going to do that. So they have a much bigger case. Right now, with the guns, they're going to check them. They're going to trace them, see if they were used in any crimes. They're going to go over anything about cooperators that are cooperating with them. They're going to be talking to a lot of people about certain criminal acts that he might have committed, and then go from there.
And what about the videos?
Well, they're going to sift through those videos. They're going to look at them and then see if there's any criminality on those videos, and then they'll go from there.
So what do you think? I mean, it just seems like the house of cards might fall for Diddy right now.
It's not looking that great. Right now, I know that he has high-powered attorneys, and with all these allegations that are coming out against him and against other people, a lot of people are starting to be very nervous about what's going on.
When you arrested Diddy back in the day, what kind of interaction did you have with him?
More professional. I mean, he knew who I was. I knew who he was. And whenever he got into trouble, it was like I was like his detective. So, you know, I always had to come to the precinct of whatever happened and then to deal with him, to make sure that everything was good with the detectives there and then everything else going on.
We should mention that Diddy has denied any wrongdoing. As of right now, he's saying he had nothing to do with anything. So.
Right now, it's just an investigation.
Right. But it seems like all of this came to light after his ex-girlfriend, Cassie, alleged that she was in a very abusive relationship with him.
That accelerated things. I mean, his settlement with her and other criminal acts that she alleged have happened, and then other people started coming forward, so it's like a house of cards.
Yeah, and I think there are several people right now that are alleging that they were in allegedly compromising positions at Diddy.
It starts in hip-hop. It starts right on social media, and then it goes into the streets.
It does. I mean, you know, you don't hear about that too much. I mean, back in the...
Okay. Actually... You know, Candace Owens said something recently, and I think she tweets a lot, but we're gonna try to pull up her tweet. I think this is BS, but it is worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning. She said, let me see. She was speaking on the interview, or no, she was speaking on what's happening with Diddy, and essentially she said, listen, Diddy, like these raids aren't to, here it is. It says the feds are currently raiding Diddy's house. They already knew what he was up to, but he's going to be the fall guy so they can protect the people at the top of the ring. They're raiding his home to hide evidence, not to find it. That's how this works. Now, that's kind of an interesting argument, but only interested in me trying to think, let's say Diddy was doing something illegal. Is he the most valuable catch that would be associated with it? It's like we going back to that Jeffrey Epstein shit. Like, people thought that there were going to be additional mayors, governors, presidential candidates, or elected officials that were going to also get in cuffs and also be culpable and be charged because of their, their contribution to all the bullshit Jeffrey Epstein was doing. But what ended up happening is Jeffrey Epstein was the only guy of significant power and stature that was taken down. Everybody else, matter of fact, it felt like they were almost shielded. They didn't really want to tell you who else was on some shit. They were very shielded about, like, okay, yo, we already got the bad guy. The bad guy is Jeffrey Epstein. Everybody could go home, right? When people were like, no, well, if he was doing the bullshit and he had a lot of other people that had big names with him at times doing the bullshit, maybe we should find out who they are. And they're like, nah, we don't need to find that out. And I'm wondering if that is a possible thing. Do y'all think that, do you think Diddy had like way more powerful people than even himself at these freak-offs? And if he did, who would those people be? who those people be? Because that is the question. Because because Diddy's such a hip hop, he's a notorious hip hop mogul. Diddy being the fall guy, let's see if we're believing Candace. So if he's the fall guy, we're like, damn, they got rid of one of the biggest hip hop moguls. He would be at the top of the food chain. This is one of the most powerful guys ever in hip hop. You would imagine this is the most lucrative, or not lucrative, this is the most valuable person that could have been involved in this nonsense that they could take down. I'm wondering if there's other people that are probably playing their hands to say, hey, yeah, Diddy's cooked, but I got to make sure that I'm good because really, I'm way bigger than Diddy. I keep hearing people saying Clive Davis like Jimmy Iovine, but we haven't really heard stories of those people. Somebody said Michael Rubin. I think Michael Rubin got his own freak off shit over there. Like he has like his separate freak off shit. The Michael Rubin documentary is going to be good too. Except here's the thing. I don't think Michael Rubin's going to get in trouble. Somebody said TD Jakes. It's kind of interesting. It's like super interesting. I'm trying to figure this out. Anyway. Okay. So all that's happening, and, it kind of comes back to what we were talking about the other day, that pretty much it is said in the amended Lil Rod lawsuit that Diddy had certain people on payroll, so to speak, as sex workers. We could read it directly from the lawsuit. This is an excerpt. It says, each of these acts was undertaken with knowledge and approval of the defendants in furtherance of the goal of their conspiracy. Robin Greenhill, the accountant, would ensure the wiring, funds transfer, or cash payments to sex workers Frankie, Centella, Moy Bond, Brennan Paul, and KK, which is Christina Corham, I believe, would also be responsible for ensuring payments to sex workers in cash. Young Miami, Jade, and Daphne were paid a monthly fee to work for Mr. Combs. For work as Mr. Combs sex workers and receive payment via wire transfer. Okay, so this lawsuit alleged that Carisha was receiving paycheck for sex work, but the other people who were mentioned were Daphne Joy and Jade. Now, let's see if we can find this Jade person. Diddy Jade. Okay, Jade Ramney, okay? Says IG model Jane Ramey splattered in the P. Diddy lawsuit as an alleged sex worker. Let's see if we could actually find her, okay? Okay, let me see if we can find this girl. Jade Ramey, Instagram. Here we go. So allegedly, this is one of the people they're saying was a sex worker. Now, I think she's been linked with Diddy. And if you actually look up pictures, Jade, Diddy, kissing. There's a picture of them kissing somewhere. I think right here. And this is the picture of him with her. So he's definitely been around her. Now, let me see if she said anything about being called a sex worker. She does have some stories. She says, pure hearts always win in the end. The light is real. A picture of her. Then a picture of her and a dog. Then a picture of, some promo. And then at this age, you got to realize everyone has a lot of growing. Okay, she hasn't really mentioned anything. Okay, but anyway, who's really gotten a lot of fire for this is Daphne Joy. Now, you might know Daphne Joy as Curtis Jackson's baby mama. When Curtis Jackson is obviously 50 Cent. A lot of people believe that 50 has, some issues with Diddy because Diddy started fucking his baby mom. Now, I believe, and this is how small the industry is. I think Daphne Joy used to hang out with like Floyd back in the day. Daphne Joy, Floyd Mayweather. And it just shows how like all these guys like kind of like they pretty much, you know, they hang out with the same women, so to speak. Is it this? Anyway, all right. Forget where she came from, but she's who 50 has his second baby with, and essentially, she was seen a lot of times partying with Diddy, or not partying with Diddy, but hanging out with Diddy. Daphne, Joy, Diddy, like she was seen on like Star Island, like walking around, whatever the case is. Like, where's the infamous picture of them like walking here? Okay. And then 50 used to clown 50 Cent laughs at baby mama Diddy. He used to I can't find anything but the current shit. But he basically used to just clown his baby mama, right? Like he used to clown him like, yo, y'all are hanging out.
Hi, what brings you in today?
I'm trying to cancel my membership.
Okay, I can't find it. Anyway. Okay. I'm not even going to try to like find the exact origination of it. But regardless, 50 Cent started to make a little bit of light or some jokes about, I'm pretty sure he don't care about Young Miami being called a sex worker, but his baby mama now being mentioned. Now people are saying, bro, we get why like you kind of feel some type of way about Diddy because he done turned the woman that you made the mother of your child into a sex worker. And right, it says the instant thing that came out says 50 Cent is seeking sole custody of his son with Daphne Joy after she's named as an alleged sex worker. So this is her, this is him, and this is his son, Sire. And he then starts on the attack because he then posts up, and what did he post? Wait, before you even post that. He started, hold on. He started basically just calling her a sex worker. Okay. So he starts making fun of Stevie J, who's also involved, and we'll get to what he said before. But then he basically starts calling his baby mama a sex worker, and his baby mama snapped. Like, she fucking just couldn't handle him constantly making these jokes about her being a sex worker. And she went off and tried to expose him. So this is how she tried to expose him. She put up this long-ass post. And he was putting up these funny little posts saying, yo, damn, oh, you a sex worker now? Like, basically just clowning her for her being alleged, or at least being reported as an alleged sex worker for Diddy. And she put up this message to 50 saying, everything's a joke to you until our safety is compromised, which is happening now. You're wreaking real havoc, frenzy, and chaos onto people's lives. How would you feel if Sire, which is their son, was the one in handcuffs for nothing? We moved to New York to give you the opportunity to be a father to your son, and you saw him 10 times out of the 2 years that we lived 1 mile away from you. I'm tired of upholding and protecting an image to our son that you have never, ever earned. Let's put the real focus on your true evil actions of raping me and physically abusing me. You are no longer my oppressor, and my God will handle you from this point on. You have permanently damaged the last hope I had for you as a father to preserve our family with these last and final false claims made against me. You have broken our hearts for the last and final time. She also continued by saying, I am deeply hurt by the lies in Rodney Jones' lawsuit. The claim that I am a sex worker is 100% false and character assassination. I am retaining an attorney to explore all legal remedies against both Rodney and his attorney. Okay? So that's what she said. She also put up a video of her crying. And, listen, only a female could put up a good, I'm in my feelings, I'm bawling, I'm crying. Oh, somebody said she was messing with Future. Really? Daphne Joy was messing with Future? Thank you, Pure Joy. Really? I didn't know that. I thought it was Floyd. Oh, wow. Anyway, she puts up a video of her crying, the lips looking very luscious. I don't know if she got like lip gloss on it, but she's supposedly in distress because 50 is now calling her a sex worker, even though it all originated from a lawsuit. And 50 kind of doubles down. I'm not going to lie. 50 actually posts something. He says, "It is what it is. See you in family court, sex worker." You know what I mean? And it's kind of interesting because, you know, a lot of these women, and I hope I won't come across or sound crazy saying this, but if you're receiving a paycheck from Diddy, we got to stop this whole thing where people disguise what they're doing. Daphne Joy has no marketable talents. No disrespect to her. If you're hanging out with Diddy and Diddy's paying you, y'all could make it sound like whatever, but essentially he's paying to fuck, right? And once you're getting paid to fuck, once you're being incentivized by money to fuck, you are categorized as a sex worker. Now, I don't know if she was, but according to the allegations, they claim she was, right? It's so interesting that the sex worker title triggers so many women. You know, when the first time I saw it, when they started telling OnlyFans women, "Hey, you're a sex worker," and they were like, "No, I'm not. I'm not fucking nobody. I'm only playing with my pussy." No, you're a sex worker because you're selling sex, and that's the work you do. And there would be just so much. No. For whatever reason, all of these women who are so independent, real ass bitch, give a fuck about a nigga, fucking on a scamming ass, rich ass nigga. Oh, fuck a broke nigga. I only fuck with a nigga with a bag. Hey, give me the bag before I fuck. These are all their lyrics. These are the captions they post every day. They love telling another woman, "Hey, you're fucking somebody, but you not getting no money." They love bragging about the fact that their sexual openness with said dude that they're dealing with comes with financial incentives, except when you label them anything but what they want to call themselves. And this is the delusion of many women. If you call some of these whores city girls, oh yeah, they love it. Yeah, of course. I'm a real bitch. I'm a city girl. I'm a hot girl. You know, I'm a independent chick. You get what I mean? I'm a boss. You call them any of those things, they love it. They love it. They willfully take those titles. You call them something that just still stings, that doesn't match up. It's like, I knew I was going to get under Carisha's skin because all of these chicks that, I was talking to a girl. I won't even tell you. It's just so embarrassing. Y'all know the person, but I won't even tell y'all who it is. She was telling me, she said, this is a woman telling me this. She says, "Actually, I'd rather be the side chick. Matter of fact, I got mad hoes." And I was trying to tell her, I said, you realize like you're just indulging in whoredom. Like you think you have, because she was bragging about she had a roster of dudes. "I got a roster of niggas. They all want me. Matter of fact, I could get any dick when I want to. They're my hoes. They like when I want to get fucked by one." And I'm like, you're just telling me you're a whore. That's it. Like, I don't know. You're trying to, women will, they look at these Aries of the world and the Jada Waiters and, all these girls who have basically changed what, like common definitions have been and now try to retake the power of it and make up new names. And now these chicks are really thinking like, yo, hey, no, like I could do the same thing as a guy. I'm not the whore. I'm the chick with the roster. No, you're a fucking whore. That's what it is. What stings them the most is when you use the antiquated, very black and white definitions of what they do to actually label them. Carisha never had a fucking problem with me until I called her a side chick. She raps about, "Oh, I don't care if you have a man, you have a bitch, as long as you got a bag. Hey, I'm only here for the bag. Yo, I don't fuck broke niggas. Da. Oh, I don't gotta be in a relationship." Which they brag about all these things, but let me tell you this: all of them, they're capping. This is why the reason the city girls are irrelevant, because they were never telling the truth from the beginning. They're coping. They're saying shit to make themselves feel good with the behavior that is really not really, it's not pleasing to the soul. So when these women, like once you call them that antiquated term, like when I said to Carisha, "Oh, you're just his side chick," she couldn't handle that. If I said, "Oh, you the boss bitch that got Diddy wrapped around your finger," she said, "Of course I am. But when you call her the side chick, it hurt her ego. It fucked with her mental. It touched her soul. This is what's happening now with the lawsuit. Side chick. Oh, side chick, it just hurts their heart. Now the new word to hurt these bitches' hearts is sex worker. Go listen to any of these bitches and be like, nah, fuck all that. Like, yo, niggas was cheating on me when I wasn't making no money anyway. Yo, I'm on OnlyFans. Like, I get to be a boss now. Matter of fact, I made like $5,000 this month, and just be like, okay, cool. Congratulations, you are a really good sex worker. Just say to them. It just fucks with they're hurt. That's the new key. You just gotta call these women what they are. They're not city girls and hot girls and icy girls. You're a whore. You're a sex worker. You're a side chick. It's okay. These things have existed before you, and it'll exist with you. Don't try to pretty it up. Don't try to put a fucking cherry on top of a pile of shit. You are what you do. You're a sex worker. We could look up the fucking definition of sex worker. Let's look it up. Sex worker. Sex workers are adults who receive money or goods in exchange for consensual sexual services. This is why I can't understand Yo Miami even acting like she's not a sex worker. You should want to say you're a sex worker because part of sex work is consent. You're consenting to this. This is why you chose this to be your work, which means Diddy ain't do nothing wrong. You should say, no, of course I'm a sex worker because I consented to everything that I did. When a sex worker normally won't be involved in none of these trafficking type of lawsuits because the feds or the authorities won't be looking to say, oh, this person was coerced to have sex. They didn't want to. No, you're a sex worker. Like you have an agreement with someone that for whatever compensation you're getting, you're gonna provide consensual sexual services or erotic performances. Okay, either regularly or occasionally, right? So this is the new term. It's fucking with all of these women. I'm telling you, you call them a sex worker because women have now created this coping mentality where they're like, the girls on OnlyFans, they look down on girls that do porn. Why? They're like, oh, I would never do porn. I'm in my bedroom, and to be honest, like it's just me and a camera. Like, nah, I would never do that, right? The girls that's over there like finger fucking themselves, sticking cucumbers in their snatch, you know what I mean, doing all type of shit on some solo shit. They get looked down on by the other girls who just post naked and provocative pictures. They'll be like, "Oh, I wouldn't do that. No, hell no." Now, listen, I used to do nude photo shoots, topless photo shoots anyway, so of course I put it on OnlyFans. I'm getting my bag. I don't give a fuck about it. All cope, okay? Y'all are all sex workers. That's the fact. All sex workers. We have, it's so interesting because it's coming to a helm. Sex worker rap has been popular. It's been popular for the last, pretty much like 4 or 5 years, but none of those women would actually call what they do sex work, even though their content is describing sex work. Just do it for a bag, fuck for a bag. Let's think about it. If you're fucking for a bag, sex workers are adults who will receive money, a bag, in exchange for consensual sexual services. Pretty self-explanatory. The city girls are sex workers. Meg Thee Stallion, with some of her content, is rapping about sex work. A lot of these women, they rap about sex work. You get what I mean? But dare you call them a sex worker? They feel very offended. Okay? So anyway, 50 says, yo, listen, man, it is what it is. See you in family court, sex worker. Okay? And he then posts a picture of her and Diddy and says, he's obviously answering to her like long-ass message. He says, you moved a mile away in hopes of having another baby with me, but I was busy. So you move back and you start receiving money from Brother Love. Now, here we are, you little sex worker. Okay, so he's clearly not giving a fuck about, you know, what she's saying. And by the way, here's the thing too. You know, these women have been hiding in plain sight. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what's gonna happen? This is gonna kill this era, and I'm glad that we're about to eradicate it because, you know, of course we want women to have their time and to flourish in rap, but this period of whoredom music, debauchery, sex work, soundtracks, it's like low-hanging fruit. Like, these are the girls, like, at some point they should have made it to OnlyFans. Like, when you have somebody who's an artist that gets on an interview and even talks like this.
I just had a conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really like.
She had a conversation with somebody recently. It's not that she's really an artist. It's not that she's really talented. It's not that she really, you know, likes perform. The only thing that the conversation was, she's really a whore. Like, come on, bro. Like, come the fuck on, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I am a little bit satisfied watching the irrelevance of a young Miami who came in a game with no care for the actual art of music and would literally proclaim, I am here to basically fuck for money or glorify this. And then at a certain point, like now, where people are saying, yeah, those anthems you made glorifying fucking for money, they're stale. What are you going to do now? Because we don't want to hear your music. And the said person goes and allegedly starts fucking for money. I am a little satisfied by that. Yes, your lame raps about how you wanted to be a sex worker, they don't work. Indulge in sex work then. Perfect.
Like, I'm a, like with a W. Like, I'm a.
But define that though.
Like, I'm a. I just had a conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really like, I'm a, like with a W. Like, I'm a.
But define that though.
Like, I'm a.
I mean, after you say that, how could you get mad at anybody for calling you a sex worker? Like just how? To me, that's baffling. Now, I seen a video pop up and people were saying, listen, man, see, Young Miami is like, I call her a public urinal. You feel me? Like, she's like the airplane bathroom, the bathroom of the baseball stadium. Like, she's one of them women that lacks any more moral integrity as long as she's getting a bag. Okay? Now, give me 1 second. Here we go. Okay. Now, there's an old interview resurfacing. And apparently, and this is alleged, they said a girl who was doing an interview, and by the way, this was a girl that was referred to on our platform recently as a dirty IG Trish. She was the one that was keeping the kid away from the father, whatever, while she was babysitting. Apparently, she's trying to have like some insight. She's interviewing, I don't know if it's Rolling Loud or what, but she's interviewing the city girls. We got JT and Young Miami. But she's trying to send her a hint, like, hey, remember we met at that freak off? Like, remember that freak off we met at? Do you remember? You know what I mean? And it gets awkward because she's not trying to say, like, remember when they flew us out and just fucked the shit out of us? She's not really trying to say that. But JT is kind of like lost. She's like, wait, how do y'all know each other? Like, but she's hinting towards it. And then they have one of those girl moments like, you know, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember. I remember when we all got peed on. Watch this encounter. And this is how you know Young Miami is a goddamn veteran at the freak off. Watch this.
How you feeling? Where you know me from?
I don't know.
You remember? We went on, where did we go? We went on a trip. You remember where we went?
Look at JT. What the fuck y'all talking about? What does this got to do with music?
No, it was like a group of us.
Group of us. a group of sex workers, allegedly. Come on, people. Do we got to put two and two together?
I can't remember.
I know you. That's where I know you from. I know.
Where? You remember now? Oh, okay.
Okay. You remember? Yo, she is so fucking confused.
All right.
Remember the orgy? Remember the freak off?
Well, now we're here.
Now we're here.
Girl, that
Whole time she like, what the fuck is going on here?
was not what I was trying to talk about. Did you know it's the 50th day of hip hop today?
50th day of hip. She don't even know what she's talking about. She really want to talk about the fucking freak off.
No.
Me neither. They told me to talk about it.
They told me to talk about it.
I don't know why. Okay. Anyway. Okay, here's my question. Oh, okay. When's the last time y'all let a broke dude hit?
Never.
That's a pretty typical answer from a sex worker. I'm sorry.
Probably like 2014.
How many years ago was that?
Yo, I'm going to be honest with you. Yo, JT, I feel so bad for you because I could tell I don't see you with the other shenanigans. You don't got really nothing else going on but music. Like, music is what you like. I could tell JT has realized I'm not the girl who's about to hold myself out and do some sex work shit and get passed around from person to person. She's in a lovely relationship with Uzi. You could tell, like, she literally wants to be a musician. This chick right here, you could tell, man, I got to see what Diddy got her on the, like, you know these chicks, like, allegedly, I don't be knowing, but still, I hear a lot of these sex workers have a menu. You ever heard that? These bitches got menus. Like, niggas like to go to a restaurant. It's like, yo, hey, you want your toe licked, you want your toe licked, gooch licked, and then you want me to ride your shit for an hour? This is a price. You want to nut in my face? Da-da-da-da. Yeah, it's on a menu. Like, real talk, these bitches got menus. Real talk, menus. Like, yo, like, literally, you're flipping through, like, okay, that's the appetizer. Oh, shit, this is the entree. What the fuck? Dessert? Bitch, what the fuck? You let me shit on your chest? Pee on your stomach? What the fuck? God damn. Yo, hold up. You flip the page again. Damn, this shit got sides? What the fuck? What the fuck is the hell? Yeah, this is how they get down. So I think, this is my personal opinion, I don't know if this is true. I think Carisha I think she got a menu. I want to get a hold of the menu to post online that we could see how she's charging. You feel me?
I don't know.
What's the math on it? 2014, 2023. 5, 6, I don't know.
Math teachers.
Do you guys?
What?
3. Got the math on it.
16.
How many years ago was that?
I don't.
Dude hit.
Never.
Probably like 2014.
How many years ago was that?
I don't know.
What's the math on it? 2014, 2023. 5, 6.
Yo, it's like JT's looking at both of them like, oh, y'all done fucked already. Like, what the fuck is that? What type of interview is this?
Math teachers.
Do you guys get involved in each other's dating life?
Yeah. I'll be like, that sis.
Oh.
No, I'm playing, no.
You been telling her she need to be treated better, or what you be telling her?
Yeah, nah. If she like it, I love it. Vice versa, no.
All right. Get the fellas out here or some.
Anyway, one of those, man. One of those. Anyway,
I know what it is.
Good for them.
How you feeling? Where you know me from?
I don't know.
The freak off, man. That's where she know you from, man. That's where she know you from. So anyway, so 50 is trying to get sole custody of his child. And you know, his baby mama hit back with some heavy allegations, as I said. And yeah, you know, she's really upset that she's being labeled as a sex worker. Now, I would say this, and I don't have any proof of this, but has Daphne Joy been put on payroll for Diddy? Let's make an assumption for the sake of argument that maybe she has. What tangible or marketable skill does she possess that you would think a music mogul would hire her for? Because you do know, because this is going to be everybody, and I'm not talking specifically to her, but you do know every sex worker who gets put on payroll, you know what they're going to say? Oh no, I just got put on payroll for massages. Oh, everybody knows, like, yo, I'm like a therapist. I know a lot about like earth signs and zodiac signs. So I'm like the mental health specialist. What? Come on. You know, get what I'm saying? Like, come on, right? So I don't know if she was put on payroll, but it would be interesting to know why the fuck, if you got no manageable or marketable skills, you'll be put on payroll by the nigga who's Mr. Freakoff. Now, here's also the interesting thing about it. And this kind of showed me a lot about her loyalty. I read this message as if she was protecting Diddy. Okay, everything is a joke to you until your safety is compromised, which is happening. Okay, that could be 50 who's making jokes about her and she lives with their son. Okay, I get that. That's about her. It says you're wreaking havoc, real havoc, frenzy, and chaos onto people's lives. How would you feel if Sire was the one in handcuffs for nothing? Seems like she's almost saying, hey, why don't you have some empathy for what's going on with Diddy and Diddy's sons? How would you feel if it was our son? That's kind of odd. What the fuck does our son got to do with what Diddy's son got going on? I don't know what freak off shit they got going on. So that kind of comes across, if you ask me, that comes across as if she's almost saying, hey, I'm not only upset at what you've said about me, but why are you even doing all of this to Diddy? Which, we moved to New York, this seems personal. And this part here seemed crazy. I'm not saying it's true or not true, but it seemed like she wanted to thrust 50 in the limelight of things, just like how Diddy is in the limelight of things. She says, let's put the real focus on your actions of R-wording me and physically abusing me, which, by the way, 50 has responded to. He quickly said, the disturbing allegations in the sworn pleadings recently filed in a court case related to Daphne Joy, the mother of my 12-year-old child, has required me to take all necessary legal actions to protect my son Sire. The most recent false and baseless accusations by Daphne Joy are clearly in response to my decision to seek sole custody of my son. My son Sire is my main priority, and keeping him safe in an environment is my only focus at this time. Okay? It's like she tried to throw 50 in the midst of it, but I'm going to be honest with you. Like, hey, listen, I'm not saying 50's an angel, but right now niggas is focused on Diddy. Niggas ain't about to go focus on 50. And also, I'm going to be honest with you, I think because 50's outspokenness kind of speaking on this when a lot of people were very scared to, I think people they're not absolving 50 of anything he might have done in his life, but they're like, listen, if there is a time that people are going to quote unquote come for 50, they will. But right now, you ain't finna get the focus off Diddy by saying, oh, but he got some shit going on too. No, people are focused on Diddy. For real, okay? It's kind of interesting. Now, while 50 was joking about everybody else, and let me ask you a question. How much do you think that Diddy was being petty by fucking with 50's baby mama? How much you think Diddy was being petty by doing that? Because, you know, him and 50, they've been having issues for a while. So how much you think 50 was being petty? And then how much do you think that 50 was maybe a little bit hurt that his baby mama was hanging out with somebody who he kind of considers an op? So he always wanted to, you know, really stick it to Diddy, with that statement. But he always wanted to, you know, kind of pile on when it came to the downfall of Diddy because Diddy was probably hanging out with his baby mama. What do you think about both of those? Anyway, here we go. So he was posting a bunch of stuff, and one of the posts was, it says new documents show that P. Diddy allegedly used videos of Stevie J having intercourse with another man to groom men into having sex. Now, we should fact check here and say that the video included in the original Lil Rod lawsuit, or not video, but there was a still of a video that actually they claimed it was Stevie J having sex with another man, right? I don't think it was Diddy, but they said Stevie J was having sex with a man. And they said that videotape of it, and then basically said that Diddy was using that videotape of Stevie J having sex with a man to basically convince other men to realize that men having sex together is kind of what the industry does, and to kind of make easier mind about it. Apparently that video was not even Stevie J at all. It was actually a porn actor who came out and said, "Oh, that's not Stevie J, that's me." So it wasn't Stevie J, that was incorrect information. However, this headline's still going around. Anyway, 50 Cent posted, he says, "Whoa, say it ain't so." Said Stevie J, what the fuck? This shit a mess. Now, Stevie J commented by saying, "Yo, get your money, Curtis. We know this entertainment, but ain't no truth to that." Now, he went a little bit further than that, and you could tell it was bothering him a little bit, because he then challenged 50 Cent to a fight. He wanted to get a squabble going on. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see. Can't find it. I think I could, I did post it on my page. So the video he put out challenging 50 to a fight was actually this video here.
Curtis, what's good, man? You and your feelings about Daphne? Cause she would gang them? Or is it that you sucking Little Rod dick? However it go, I want you to fade, nigga. Fuck all that. Since it's entertainment, let me beat the shit out of you on TV or something. Don't duck that. I'm calling you out. What you want to do, Curtis? Curtis! Curtis, what's good, man?
Yeah. So Stevie J seems to be pretty upset. He hasn't really said much other than him actually speaking directly to 50. He did try to lightly comment or give some type of, feedback on what's been going on with Diddy. He was actually seen captioning a bunch of stuff where he was pray for Diddy and family. Stevie J Diddy. All right, let me see. Today, he was playing an instrument or some shit like that, and he basically was let me see, maybe I could get it. It's gonna be in shorts, I think. No, okay, it's all good. All right. Somebody say, "Yo, Stevie J passing little Rodney around." There's a, in the original lawsuit, some people were like, "Yo," somebody called me and told me, they said, "Man," they said the problem with a nigga let me see if I can find it. They said the problem with a nigga like Lil Rod is that Lil Rod is acting like he wasn't, he ain't with the shits, he wasn't down with it. You feel what I'm saying? He's acting like, yo, this is some shit that people got out of. Let me see if I could. Give me 1 second. Okay. This is the original, the amended lawsuit. And what you're going to see, he has a lot of pictures here. What you're going to see is homie. Give me 1 second. You're gonna see him with I think it was Cuba Gooding Jr., but I ain't gonna lie, man, they look hella cozy together, man. Look like them niggas was kind of if this dude not gay, if Lil Rod not gay, a man shouldn't have you like this. Pause. Where is it? I think we're done with all that. Okay, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Is Cuba Gooden? Let me see. Cuba. Okay. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like right here. Yo, Lil Rod, man. Listen, I was born tonight, just not last night. Talking about Cuba Gooding Jr. forcibly touching Mr. Jones on Diddy's yacht. Nigga, as my man Quilly from Philly would say, this nigga was all teeth and palms. Hell no, this nigga looked like he was happy, bro. This nigga look happy as hell. This don't look like no forcible touching to me. This looked like a man who looked like he's with it. So, you know, I'm gonna have to say I don't know. This nigga looked like he was with the freak offs, and maybe at a certain point, like he wasn't with it. Okay. Anyway. All right. So Stevie J is mad. He's the only one really speaking out. Usher's been quiet. He was kind of mentioning certain stuff. Meek, for all the hooping and wilding he did, like he didn't really like accurately detail or depict what was his relationship or his dealings with Diddy or being at Diddy parties, which, you know, obviously if you're protesting that much that you're not gay, I'm pretty sure it would have been like, yo, the only time I've been around these motherfuckers would be A, B, C, and D, and this is what happened. He did not have that type of energy at all. Okay, cool. The next thing that kind of happened, let me see if I want to get this in, like, you know, order. Sorry, y'all. Still got allergies. Shit's kicking in. Where is it? I'm gonna get to the little baby shit afterwards. Oh, Blueface's mom just comes out of the blue. Claims that Diddy was trying to recruit Krishan. Listen to this. Tell me if y'all believe it.
Trying to recruit Krishan. That's what Diddy and what the girl Carisha was trying to recruit Rock. Remember that when they was heavily trying to get Rock to hang out with them? I think they was trying to recruit her. She got a lot going on. We're going to talk about it on this podcast. And we're going to get to the nitty gritty of all the gritty of the nitty. Because it's necessary. I think them was trying to recruit her. Because remember they just had her pulling up to everything. She about, do you love her? Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember? See what I'm saying? We gonna, this podcast going to be, because y'all know the mama know everything and everybody business. So we going to find out on this podcast. We ain't going to talk no shit about nobody. We ain't going to mock nobody. But we definitely going to explore the possibilities that was going on. Because they kept calling her, remember, pull up to the birthday party. Come over here and dance on Carisha. Remember that? I feel like they was trying to recruit that baby. They was trying to recruit Krishan. That's to be in on this. That makes, see what I'm saying? That's why I gotta have a podcast, because I gotta get the shit on the table.
Now I'm gonna be honest with you. Listen, I do believe that I believe that Diddy was doing them freak offs. I do believe they recruited people. Do I believe that maybe Carisha assisted? Could be. What I don't believe is that Diddy, who's 54 years of age, the nigga who's been with the likes of Cassie, Jennifer Lopez, he's fucked some of the finest specimen of women. Now, we do know he allegedly bisexual, so he kind of gay too. So he fucked niggas too, allegedly. We don't know, we just heard it. But if we're just only talking about the woman, I don't know why I kind of doubt. Maybe I shouldn't doubt. But still, I'm like, there's no way this nigga was like, yo, you know who we need for this fucking freak off this Friday? Where's the saber-tooth, snaggle-tooth bandit, Krishan Rock? Bring her ass up in here. We need that chick. We need the saber-toothed bandit up in here. She missing 1, 2, 10 tattoos of Blueface. The only way I could see that happening is if really Diddy wanted Blueface but couldn't get Blueface. You know the best option? Get Krishan Rock. At least when she's getting fucked, all you're seeing is pictures of Blueface on her. Who knows? Who knows? But I just, now, being a little bit more serious, I do believe possibly that these freak-offs were more of, hey, listen, yo, the new energy and new blood in the industry, let's try to get them in with the program as quickly as possible. And yes, Krishan she had a buzz. So they might be like, oh shit, while she's still a little bit impressionable, let's try to get her in here and see if we can get a little fuck off on her and see what's going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Can't nobody get it on the table but my nosy, okay? Tasha K ain't she over there making up. I know we gonna get to the bottom of shit on this podcast. Tell me if I'm lying. Go on over there and tell me if I'm lying. I'm telling you, they was trying to recruit that baby. They said, let's get her away from him. Mm-hmm. That's what they was doing. We gonna put a couple pounds of that shit on her and have her fly. They ain't gonna never suspect her.
Damn, that would make so much sense.
Let me ask y'all a question. Serious question. And I know y'all gonna think this is based in bitterness or vitriol or whatever. Chat, have we not seen? Could I get a 1 in the chat? All my ops is down bad. Ain't none of my ops flourishing. Ain't none of them doing good. Little baby painting his nail. This nigga look like he might be getting transformation surgery in a minute. We don't know what got going on with him. Ever since he dissed me, he can't find a hit. Freddie Gibbs, we just had a baby mama on the pod. She called him a broke bum. How we get beat up, how she was rocking with the other nigga. Like, listen, all my ops are down bad. They're not doing good. So there isn't much of an axe to grind. I'm only telling the truth. I'm only telling the truth, y'all. I don't got no axe to grind. Meek Mill selling 6,000 records. I don't got no axe to grind. They're not winning. At this point, I'm only laughing at their failure because at the time when they all came against me, they thought that little old me was never going to be around to see them free fall to the bottom. I'm sorry. So I'm not saying any of this to be vindictive. But let's talk about Carisha for a second. If the feds are going off some of what is alleged in these civil suits, and we're hearing talks of maybe Carisha is bringing drugs, just like how Brendan Paul did. She's essentially a drug mule and also being called a sex worker. She's seen on social media, Young Miami, like, hey, you gotta remember these things. By the way, you remember when I had Diddy send this out? She's not my side chick. Never has been, never will be. She's important and special to me. I don't play around with my shorty wop. When Carisha's name is in an indictment as AKA Shorty Wop, this is gonna be crazy. I ain't gonna lie, this was the craziest thing ever. She's not my side chick, definitely not my girl, but she my Shorty Wop. Yeah. But here's the thing. When Shorty says, here we go. Where's it at? Okay. She deleted the tweets. Gina, you've been down bad. This is a tweet she sent, though. You've been down bad ever since I came into the picture. You've been crying for a baby for 10 years. Ho, you've been around as a bitch that is easy pussy. And dick, when you feel like it, you're an eater. You the same bitch that was crying to Tasha K because you wanted a poor baby, poor sushi. It's like, yo, you wanted that baby, have a career hoe. You a certified freak. You haven't heard from Diddy since the awards, reminiscing on abortions. Let that hurt go. If I wanted you to eat my pussy, Diddy would have had you on your knees, ho. You're a eater. Now, okay, this is why I'm bringing this up. Diddy, Young Miami. Now, I'm not being facetious. I'm really trying to play this out. Let's even think about Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, let's think about even Jeffrey Epstein. The two people who really went down for that is Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. You know, we call her Carisha Maxwell. The lawsuit filed by Lil Rod, they actually call Christian Quorum. They said that's the Ghislaine Maxwell, which is Chris Quorum. Let's see if I can find Diddy. Christina Quorum, that's her name. Sorry. So it's this girl. They're saying it's this girl who's the Ghislaine Maxwell. Meaning, in the Lil Rod lawsuit, she's alleged to instruct staff members, hey, y'all always got to have these little pouches with drugs. He likes these drugs, keep them on hand, because he might be walking around and he might be like, y'all need some I don't know, some coke, and you better got his coke. That kind of do sound like a Ghislaine Maxwell, I'm not going to lie to you. She also instructed, allegedly, everyone who worked for Diddy, yo, we got to keep him, he likes to be a little bit of high the whole time. You got to keep him high. You get what I mean? Now, maybe she's going to be the person, but here's the thing. Here's the only reason why I bring up her, and I'm going to bring up her, and I'm going to bring up Young Miami, and I'm going to bring up Cassie. Cassie to a certain lesser extent, because the difference with Ghislaine Maxwell as opposed to everybody else that was involved with Jeffrey Epstein, especially the women basically were like, hey, now we probably did some shit, but we were victims, right? So they clearly identified as victims who, number one, clearly were going to cooperate in any type of proceeding or any type of, criminal case against Epstein. Now, let's look at the Diddy situation. Cassie, she's going to be seen as a victim, right? And I'm pretty sure her lawyer is going to make sure, hey, listen, yeah, she did recruit some people. Yeah, she did book some flights, maybe, who knows. But she was a victim, and we'll help y'all out getting Diddy, but she can't be charged, right? Cool. So that's like a Cassie. What happens with a Young Miami and what happens with like a Christina Quorum, like this girl, right? These would be the essential Ghislaine Maxwell of this situation, right? These are the people who are facilitators. These are like the right-hand woman, so to speak. These are the women who probably he would have around that when he brought other people around, seeing them made them, because that's what that Madame thing is, right? When, shit, Young Miami here. Okay, all right, it can't be that crazy because she's here. Or, it can't be that crazy like, Christina's here, whatever the case is. I'm wondering if they're going to approach either Christina Quorum or even Young Miami. And by the way, she's still trying to tweet through some of the pain, acting like it's normal. But I got to imagine the feds is hollering at her and saying, hey, listen, check this out. We have a tweet of you saying that if you wanted, you could have had Diddy. You could have had Diddy making a girl do something possibly against her will, which already, if we're thinking about this as a criminal enterprise, you're putting yourself in a position of power that could call shots. You're not seeming like a victim. You could call shots. You might have been complicit in some of this behavior. Hey, we'll give you an out because really, we don't want you. We think without Diddy, none of this happens. We need you to flip on Diddy. So, and this same conversation might go to this person as well. I think they're going to have that conversation with several people, including Brendan Paul, right? The guy who was like the drug mule. They're going to say, hey, listen, we know you have probably supplied drugs. And they might even come at Brendan Paul to be like, bro, we have really good information that you've supplied drugs to somebody who was underage, or you supplied illegal drugs to someone who already cooperated that said you gave them drugs on multiple occasions in multiple different states. We're going to add you to this complaint, and we're going to come with like an indictment for racketeering that's going to have like 5 people. You're going to be charged unless you flip on Diddy. You got to imagine, these are the people that they need to flip, right? Of course, maybe a staffer, maybe a fucking maid, maybe someone who's there cleaning shit, maybe an attorney, maybe an assistant. Like, these are the people they need somebody to flip, right? And in thinking about that, like that makes sense. They're also probably gonna say, well, if we could get like someone who was really setting shit up like Christina Korum, Young Miami. Obviously we can't say Cassie because Cassie's a victim, right? But these people who aren't necessarily, they haven't came out as victims, but they were involved somehow. Let me ask you the question. I guess I'm being long-winded with asking this. Do you see a scenario that if jail time or being possibly involved or getting charged alongside Diddy, do you see a scenario where Young Miami says, fuck that, I'm flipping? What do y'all think? Because that's going to be a very, very interesting thing. You also got to imagine, what's the guy who covered the 6ix9ine case, right? And in the 6ix9ine case, by the way, it's the same Southern District of New York that it originated out of. When they did that investigation, the way they got people to cooperate, this and third, they basically were telling people, hey, check this out. You're facing 20 years of your life. Like, we're going to charge you. Like, you could be charged with this, and you could be missing 20 years of your life for no reason, just to protect someone. You got kids. You're this amount years of age. Do you want to be missing for the next 20 years just because you want to hold it down for Diddy or whatever the case is? Also, you know what they did with 6ix9ine to get 6ix9ine to flip, right? They were intercepting calls. Now, here's the thing that we don't know. We haven't even thought about this. Imagine if they fucking had a wiretap on Diddy's phones, like very early on, right? Because that could be also one of the things. Like, hey, you're hearing maybe he's on the phone with like his tech people. Yo, make sure y'all get rid of all like them old footages, or him giving instructions that they could have been like, okay, now we're kind of piecing this together. We don't know. You know what they did with 6ix9ine? They played 6ix9ine audio of Shotty and someone else talking about super violating him, and they basically was saying, yo, I ain't saying you got to tell your guys, but just know your guys was about to kill you, okay? So, because you imagine you're sitting with that feeling in an interrogation room, they just played your audio of your mans saying that you're like, yo, you got to super violate this nigga because he's wilding. They say, yo, if he with security, hit the security first. So could you imagine like that thought to be like, yo, matter of fact, we're going to just play it one time for you. Be like, oh, we'll be back in 15 minutes. You're just sitting there, just kind of like sitting in your own thoughts like, damn, my right-hand man was talking about super violating me. What the fuck? Who knows? They might be playing these same games with the people who they would like to flip in this situation, right? They want to flip a Young Miami. They want to flip a Christina Korum. They want to flip a like a driver or a security guard or whatever the case is, right? Keep in mind, there was supposedly a lot of threats being made, right? Say in the latest lawsuit, Christina Korum is being compared to British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, who's a former girlfriend. Now, here's the thing about the Christina Korum thing. I've never heard that Diddy was ever involved with her sexually. And you guys can tell me what you think. I think Ghislaine Maxwell held it down, and she did hold it down a bit. You know what I mean? She held it down for Jeffrey Epstein, but really because she loved him. And they were fucking, even though he would fuck other people. That was his thing. You know what I mean? That was like his shorty. I think if there's no relationship, there's no sexual intercourse between y'all. I think if it's just a work relationship, like I would possibly assume that Christina Korum has with Diddy, is just work, and they're not fucking. They have no like real personal like thing gluing them together. I think Christina is flipping on Diddy. Fuck that. Hell no. You know what I mean? Also, why would Carisha stay loyal? She's never even been given the title of girlfriend. She's been a glorified side chick. Now she's been referred to as a sex worker and a drug mule. Somebody said you doubt it's just work. So you think Diddy was like fucking her too? I don't even think I could find her. Christina Korum. I don't think I could find her on social. Well, she probably have a social media. Let's look at her Instagram. Try to find her Instagram. By the way, Diddy's plane just got back to South
The
Florida.
private jet belonging to Sean Diddy Combs is back in South Florida, landing at Opelika Airport before noon on Wednesday. Outside his Star Island home in Miami Beach, 2 black SUVs guard the property. Today, one of Diddy's security guards seen wearing what appeared to be a bulletproof vest, putting up umbrellas to block the view. The Star's location remains unknown.
We know they got some information. That information was enough to get them a search warrant signed by a judge.
During an interview for this weekend's Voices with NBC6's Jawan Strader, Vic Williams, a retired special agent for Homeland Security investigations, says prosecutors will need to prove specific elements in this sex trafficking case.
Force, fraud, or coercion. Now, you have to have one of those elements. Now, the only time you don't is when it applies to children.
This civil lawsuit filed by Diddy's former producer, Rodney Jones, alleges that he witnessed sex trafficking, the distribution and use of illegal drugs and firearms. The private jet belonging to Sean Diddy Combs is back in South...
Okay. Holy shit. All right. Diddy's chief of staff we can't find. Christina Korum played a critical role in Combs' management since 2013. She joined the record label. She went on to be promoted as day-to-day manager and director of the office of the chairman of Combs Enterprises. Apart from working with the hip-hop legend, she's a founding member of the Music Beats Hearts. Yeah, we can't find that girl. Or that woman, actually. Oh. Diddy had posted her before. He says, meet Christina Korum, chief of staff at Combs Enterprises. Christina, a.k.a. KK, keeps everything in my life and my business running. Ooh. She's been my right hand for the last 8 years and consistently proven to execute and get shit done. Don't know how to function without her. Yeah, where is? Can't find her social media. Maybe she's a ride or die one. I don't know. Maybe. I can't find no trace of her. They said, why is Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Korum, hanging with Jay-Z at the latest Laker game? I guess that's the girl sitting next to Jay. Maybe he is fucking her. Is she in a robe right here? Yeah, if you was your chief of staff and she in a robe. You think they have a romantic relationship, Chad? Now this is interesting. She might be a thorough one. She got no social media. She not trying to put out no statements. You know what I mean? Anytime you see somebody with no social media, it's a good sign. It's a good sign, man. They're usually not worried about public perception. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. All right. G and Deal, who's been like, pretty open on all this. Here we go. I think he said that he's down to testify. Now, I actually disagree that there's a situation that Diddy would take his own life.
Nobody wants to do business with that. All the shareholders, it ain't nothing that he's giving up. They like, yo, listen, give me that. They said, they did a Diddy. Take that. You understand? They're going to take that from him. The shareholders is going to say, yo, listen to me. We all going to pull out. No Diddy. But we all going to pull out our shares and everything if you don't give up what you have in the company.
Did you see that video that went viral of Diddy pacing around the airport after his houses got raided?
I seen that video. And I seen that look in his face before. I seen that look in his face. You understand? When he was with the same gang and Mike Owens, a.k.a. Mike Cock, everybody could tell him, D. Ferg did a collection for him because he didn't know how he was going to pay his rent and he didn't know how he was going to pay his rent, child support, and his car note, because he had one of those drop-top Cabarets, Volkswagens. So Mike gave $5,000. I wasn't giving him nothing. I'm just telling you right now. D was just collecting money for niggas. You know what I'm saying? Yo, man, we got to make sure, because he want to kill himself. He going to kill himself. Diddy had that pace, and he had that look in his face that he know something may be wrong, or they may have something on him. Because they took things out of there. We may not have seen what they took, but they had bags and boxes of stuff that they took out of there. So he knows. He's getting a play-by-play of what's going on. And even back then, doing that City College, when he was fired from Uptown Records, he was making statements about doing himself. He had that same look in his face.
Yeah, he looked worried, man. I'm not going to lie, for a split second, man, I felt bad for him. For a split second, but yeah.
Like, everybody, I get all kind of hate mail, IGs, talking about that I'm trying to take a black man down. No. I went through every step you supposed to go through when you got a problem, you got a situation, you got an issue with a man. You understand? I get in contact with him. Went mutual friends. Let's sit down and talk. What you did to Wolf's mother wasn't right, bro. You don't talk to her like that. If Wolf was alive, he'd take your head off. You understand? Try to talk to him. People, when they start getting in this power, certain positions, have certain amount of money, they don't look back. Some of them don't look back and don't think they have to come back to the people that helped them get to those positions. You understand? I don't care what nobody say. You understand? If somebody helps you and use their ability and their talents to help you get in position and get to certain places and do certain things, you come back. And you make sure things is all right. You don't disrespect people's mothers. You don't disrespect your friends that took their money to make sure you was all right when you was wrong, when you was messed up. You don't do that, brother. So by him doing the things that he did and taking the avenue that he took, he's suffering the consequence, and I don't feel bad for him at all. Because people was trying to talk to him. People was trying to tell him. You couldn't pull him by the coat and let him know anything. You understand? They messed up the game, brother. When he put that shit out with them, money, power, respect, it ain't never been like that. It ain't never been like that. You got your respect in the street that gave you your power, that brought you your money. Totally different thing. He let that money, power, and respect go to his head, but he had it ass backwards. So do I care what happened? Nah. He got enough money to buy his way out of this. So we think.
So when you look at that video of him pacing around and he's looking worried, and you knowing him, do you think it's possible that he might commit suicide?
When you're a narcissist, there's always a possibility because you're suffering. But I don't think that he could see himself in a cage. I don't think he could see himself behind those bars in those type of situations. It's too many real dudes that dislike him. But
yeah, I don't think that he's gonna commit suicide, not like that. But I do think he's probably stressed at the prospective of him doing any type of jail time, or which he has to worry about at this current time. Real quick, I don't know if you guys seen this shit. But the fall of Lil Baby just has to be like studied, bro. Like I literally, I'm like so flabbergasted by like this guy's career, what he's done with like his life. It's kind of crazy. And the only thing I could really chalk it up to, this was the moment, in my opinion, that we lost Lil Baby. Okay? The moment this happened, we lost that nigga, man. We lost him. Now, you're going to think that I'm being funny when I say that this is the moment we lost him, but we should analyze why we're seeing so much of, and let me explain it. We're seeing rappers who love to call themselves bosses, this and third. They talk usually in third person about how great they are. They come from impoverished backgrounds. They're from the streets. They're from the hood. They're super macho, this and third. Once they start hanging with a certain crowd in Hollywood, they all become emasculated. They all become feminized. They all become almost damn near like servants for said dudes, and they never kind of come across as the same afterwards. Okay, the authenticity that they usually display to the audience, that people gravitated towards them, it just stops. It's just never the same. That's happening, if you ask me, with Lil Baby. It just hasn't been the same. Meek was already kind of over. But we're seeing this more and more, and we're trying to make sense of it. So a video came out, which is another weak snippet, like maybe, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. I was one of those people who used to like, I used to say Lil Baby's one of the best. Like, I used to say, yo, this guy is like one of the greatest rappers. Like, he's in the top 3. Yo, he's one of the only Atlanta rappers that is going to be lyrically categorized with the top 3. And we all know the top 3 historically has always been a bunch of rappers who are not only hit makers, but they make good body of works, and also they could rap. So, like back in a couple years ago, this is all I used to say about Lil Baby. I was a very big fan, right? Let me see. And I'm going to pull up some of my old tweets. Look. 2020, Lil Baby got robbed by BT. Disgusting. LOL, the rap Grammy nominations. The industry hates Lil Baby. Lil Baby features have been a stimulus package for the last year or so. I need another Lil Baby album in 2020. The little rappers are selling the most these days. I remember there was a time that people claimed the littles were going to be out of here. Baby and Uzi going crazy. Good music wins. Whoa. I said, why Lil Baby floated on that first verse of Whoa like that? Ain't finna lie. I'm gonna have a Twitch party, a streaming party for Lil Baby's album dropping tomorrow night. That nigga ain't dropped a whack song since ever. Now, this is nothing personal, just to be very clear. Just to let you know, I genuinely believe those things at the moment. Like, at the time I said it. And now when I'm saying, I know people might be like, well, you and him don't really see eye to eye because he dissed you on the album and you kind of feel away. Bro, like, I don't give a fuck at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that serious. You know what I mean? And we'll talk about, like, some of his, he had a crash dummy, like, say something. We'll talk about it in a second. Genuinely, I noticed that he stopped challenging himself, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I swear, I'm starting to believe Lil Baby had a writer. It's no fucking way. Look at what I was saying about the dude, bro. And if y'all think that he's still making that quality of music and I'm hating, please just tell me. Please let me know. Let me know in the comment section. Let me know in the chat. That I could check myself to be like, no, you taking this personal. Bro, I used to say this nigga was going to be the guy I said he washed Drake on Wants and Needs. Literally. And Drake's my GOAT. You know that. I've never seen, like, his fall off has to be studied. I've never seen someone go from being the incumbent, the next guy to have the run, hopefully for the next 10 years, to literally cannot create an original hit song. He's either tone deaf, the people around him are just too yes man. I want y'all to honestly answer me. Do y'all think he's making the same level of music? What's changed? And I could be funny and be like, it's the Michael Rubin thing. I do think that's compromised his character. His character and his image has been compromised by constantly being around Michael Rubin that has fucked up how fans viewed him. Do you get what I'm saying? But in terms of the actual music, I honestly can't tell you why the fuck this boy can't find a hit. I'm so baffled. I'm at the point of thinking maybe he used to have a writer. Maybe someone was helping him with the music. Because either that or the other option would be sometimes we hype up these guys who are good for an era. And when the shit gets old or stale, they can't come up with the new next thing. They can't adapt. They can't adjust. And this is an industry where you do have to adapt and adjust. And there was a moment in time, 2017 and 2020, 2021, that Lil Baby was going bananas and he could not miss. Now I'm in the place of saying he can't find one to save his life. I've never seen such an extreme. So he dropped a snippet recently. And before we get into talking about something you might see in the snippet, I want y'all to honestly tell me if this song is hot. Because I'm really listening. I'm like, this is like the 8th song he's put out and nobody's feeling it. Listen. Actually, let me play from Twitter that you could get a higher low. Here we go.
Bro, we hang out with a took a murder for him. Can't get comfortable, ain't getting younger, put this shit in overdrive. If you with us, ain't no difference, but it's fuck the other side. I can't keep on acting too much longer. Put a hood on my back, made us stronger. I'll step by myself, I'm a loner. All black outfit, ski mask, Balenci. Bro, we hang out with a took a murder.
Garbage. Terrible. Pure unadulterated feces. One of them diarrhea ones. Like, this is just not good. Like, I've gone from saying he's trying to make the same song over again to now saying he's trying to make the same whack song over again. Because it's not even like, to me, even though On Me was dope, on me, if you really think about the elements that make that song poppin', it's kind of like adding up some of the it's using the formula of some of these hot songs, like even Whoa, that were already popping for him. You know what I mean? Like he was kind of, it's almost in the same realm. He almost had like a formula to make those type of songs. Now it don't even look like he's trying to make those. He's just doing some whack shit, bro. I have no idea. Now, I could be wrong. And if you think differently, please, I want you to check me on this, because maybe I'm tweaking. Anyway, in the video, when I was watching and noticing, I couldn't help but notice that this nigga kept flexing his fingernails. Whether he was showing his middle finger or whatever, but he was flexing his fingernails. And let me know if I'm colorblind. My screen might be fucked up, but it looked like I thought I saw some nail paint. Here we go.
Murder form, can't get comfortable, ain't getting younger, put this shit in overdrive. If you with us, ain't no difference, but it's fuck the other side.
I could be wrong. It looked like it was nail paint. Okay? Here's the thing. You know, I asked people, I'm like, is this nail paint? Which, by the way, I will further just say this. You see, all y'all rappers who I've been giving y'all the remedy, I don't care what deal y'all got with Michael Rubin, man. Y'all getting emasculated over there. If this was a certain type of rapper, we would have given him the benefit of the doubt. The reality is that ever since Lil Baby has compromised his image, and now we think he's compromised his character with some of these moves we're seeing and some of the imagery, some of the people we're seeing him choose to associate with, right? And just how clownish these imagery looks. We see you in a reverse double stuffed Oreo with, like, you know, like two dudes. Like, it's kind of looking weird. It's the reason why maybe it was bad lighting. Maybe it's perhaps was bad lighting. But it's the reason why people don't give you the benefit of the doubt and actually believe, oh no, you're actually on that emasculating type of behavior with painting your nails, because everything about you, including your look. Like if I was the person in charge of Lil Baby, first thing I gotta do, I'm firing a stylist. Now, he had a bunch of pictures before, but that nigga was dressing like a European model for like a good year straight. Like every type of clothing was just like, that's not what you would expect and not representative of the nigga, of the type of music you're expecting or he was actually making. Now, I've given this diagnosis a million times, so I don't want to keep doing it. This is just another wax song from him, and I do think he's trying to come with an album, but he's trying to catch one. And every single time, he's not catching one. Anyway, I did point this out on my Instagram, and of course, he came back, and according to him, right, and we'll get to the crash dummy in a second, he said, he cleared it up, and he said, what he said? Give me a second. He said, y'all blogs got to stop posting anything. I ain't painting my motherfucking nails. At this point, y'all got to see niggas like Akademiks got an agenda. Miss me with that weird shit. No, LOL. Now, what I will say to Lil Baby, and by the way, I think he cleared it up. He cleared up that it's not true, right? So let's give him the benefit of the doubt now that he's addressed it, which, by the way, Meek, you should take notice. This is, even though he's called me out a little bit, you clear it out. It's not true. I did not paint my nails, okay? Rather than only attack me, if you only said, man, fuck, act you a bitch, and not address the nail painting, that would be some Meek shit, but he cleared it up. Anyway, here's what I would say to rappers like Lil Baby and the like thereof. These days, y'all are making the agenda that y'all think the media are pushing. Y'all are creating this agenda. Y'all are looking all emasculated. We're wondering, as not only just media, as fans, why do we, like, this doesn't make sense. Why do we see you with those people? Why do we see you acting like that? Why is your music very much changed? Why are you so docile around those white folks when you're so aggressive around these people? Why do your action, what type of code switching is happening that your action is changing, that y'all are hugging and whatever and fighting over Frosted Flakes on a private jet, but that doesn't happen when you're in the hoods of Atlanta? That is the agenda that people are realizing. The agenda that y'all don't realize because y'all are pawns and money rules y'all is that the real agenda is that with now the Me Too movement and other things, number one, let me tell you what's going to happen. Jay-Z's getting silenced. Jay-Z ain't going to be around for a while. You see all that kneeling and shit like that's done? That nigga going to show up at Beyonce concerts, pop out one time with his daughter in his arm. That's it. He ain't saying a motherfucking thing about nothing because they don't want to dig up. He don't want people digging up about him fucking underage girls too. I'm telling you that's a fact. He's going to fall back. You ain't hear him say nothing. You ain't hear no more tweets, no more nothing. He's falling back. Let Diddy go down in flames by his damn self. That's what's going on, right? Diddy's going down in flames. Russell went to Bali. What I'm trying to paint the picture of, if you're going to talk about an agenda, I'll give you the real agenda. The black moguls that this culture have created, and rightfully so, because this is black culture when it comes to hip-hop, all of those people are running for the hills. They're out. They're dipping. Or they're being bought out. QC, one of the last standing hip-hop major labels, at least like powerful labels, it's now owned by Scooter Braun. It was purchased. Respectfully to my man P, and I'm not saying that it was a great business move still. He's the face of it, but it's owned by the white man. These non-hip-hop folks, a guy who owns an apparel company that wants to take advantage of the business sides of usually the pretty much mostly black athletes who make these jerseys and memorabilia popular. He's aligned himself with rappers. He's purchasing their cultural equity. But y'all don't look a gift horse in the mouth. So when you talk about the agenda, the only agenda I see is a bunch of guys who claim they would never compromise, they would never bow down, that nobody could test them, nobody could make them look like a bitch. These guys got y'all being emasculated on the highest of levels, and when y'all get mad, you only get mad at the crowd for laughing or for the people who are pointing it out. So that's the agenda to me. Why do all y'all look so sus? Why do we even think that y'all on some gay shit? If this was 2017, nobody would assume that. They'd be like, hell nah, man, that nigga from Atlanta, nigga. Come on, man, this is a street nigga, man. Come on. And you know that's lighting. It's 2024. We don't know about Lil Baby no more. Why do we think that you might be doing some of these things? We think your morals, your integrity have been compromised. That's the point. That's the agenda. We actually do believe that you're being ran by these guys who ain't into hip-hop. How many times do we talk about Michael Rubin? He ain't never rapped nothing, and he don't own a record label. Do you get what I'm saying? What agenda are you talking about? Because I'll tell you the one that I believe the majority of the people are talking about. The majority of the people believe that rappers, the self-proclaimed bosses who don't listen to no one, they feel that it's looking odd that, especially recently, y'all are all seemingly compromised. And maybe you don't think that's what it is. Maybe you think, oh no, that's just a business partner. Well, the optics of it looks like you're compromised. The optics of it reads that you're here and probably sending messages maybe on behalf of them, or I ain't trying to get onto some like some super pro black shit, but maybe to also mislead the youth and the people who hip hop influences. I'm just being honest with y'all. I'll ask Lil Baby this. What has changed with you? Is it just that you can't come up with a hit? I don't think so. I think that's one of the things, but I don't think that's it. I'm not making up this agenda. People are seeing it for themselves. Everything I'm saying, you know what people give me the ultimate credit for? They give me credit, like, for example, you know what the talk is in Lil Baby's camp? His music wasn't whack till Ak said it. Now everybody thinks it. They actually believe, and even Meek believes this too. When I vocalize my thought, everybody else adopts my thought. That's not it. I'm just regurgitating a lot of times a popular thought. I can't tell everybody. You think I could tell you, like, that would be a hell of a power if I had it. That would be a hell of a power if I had it, but I don't. There is, sometimes, it's hard to see the forest from the trees. Like, for example, when Meek says, yo, nah, like, the white people got act to come at me. You're the one with Michael Rubin. You're the one bunny hopping. You're the one hugging Robert Kraft like your daddy. You're the one who, in the same breath, say you have white billionaire friends. How the hell do white people got me to come at you when you're with the white people with the power? Again, I just wanted to address the agenda that Lil Baby feels like is happening. There is no agenda. But you guys and your actions do play into an agenda. Yeah, people think y'all compromised. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. Niggas think y'all compromised. Okay, anyway, I'm not the only person who have given these thoughts. And for whatever reason, they like to for whatever reason, they like to make it seem like it's only me that is only me that necessarily, have these opinions. And if you actually look at it, give me 1 second. Other people have been saying the same thing too. Other people have been saying the same exact thing too. For example, the same conversation I've been saying. You could see being discussed on the Joe Budden podcast.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's dropped off.
Yeah.
Yep. Dropped off too, right? Lil Baby. Yep.
Yeah.
He's dropped off. Yep.
Yes.
What I think his drop off though is more about the Thug case. To me, I think he really, especially in the beginning, had some real genuine concerns. Like that nigga was running around with the mayor doing charity work, the councilman. He was doing all types of political shit. Like I don't want to go over there. Fam, Like, you
just think it's music based?
What his fault, Lil Baby?
Lil Baby. No, I'm saying I agree that it was. I had to take a step back.
I had to take
when
a step
that
back.
list went out, there was I forget if it was leaked or whatever, but the DA Fannie
Willis.
Chad, I gotta play this because these guys want you to believe that Ak is some old grumpy hater that sits at his computer and wants and prays on the downfall. Now, granted, I've always said, a nigga diss me, I do hope you fail, but I can't make you fail. You get what I mean? Like, I'm just hoping, I cross my fingers, but I can't make you fail. But they want to make you feel like I'm the only person who feels like this about them. That's why I played
the Thug
this.
Rico. They had listed some other
cases
potential that they was looking into, and one of them, if you connect the dots, kind of.
Yeah, I think that nigga was like, no, I'm about to show y'all as a good boy, boss. Like I don't want no problems, and I think so. He was literally going around speaking to kids, like he was on tour. He was with, what's the lady that was pivotal in the Democrats win in Georgia? Stacey Abrams. He was torn with Stacey Abrams. He was torn with her. So I think the last thing on his mind was music. When your man is looking at life, and you could potentially be rolled up in the next wave of that. Fuck that rap. And I'm sitting on a couple dollars. Fuck that rap.
But now, the other side to that, because he did drop music.
It
ain't catch. And nothing caught. He's dropped singles and nothing caught. The music don't even sound the same. Like he don't sound the same.
It might not be able to sound the same after.
I I keep telling y'all. I don't want to. Again, I'm speaking as an assumption. I do not know this as a fact. Hearing I'm unfortunately at the point and juncture that I have to believe that whoever was helping him make some of his early music, either not there in the process, whether that person was writing for him or not, I don't know.
I get it. I'm not even saying the subject matter is still the same. It just don't even sound good anymore. Like, he hasn't sounded good, and people ran. I think he set himself up personally. I think when you jumped out the window and claimed yourself the Wayne, I said it before, you claimed yourself the Wayne of this new generation. You put a very big target on your back. You tried to step into some very big shoes and did not realize, you just set a very high expectation that you couldn't meet.
I think it was just,
couldn't meet it.
I think it was inflated
Fam, he was
expectations from
fish
fans.
He was fish grease. Everything he dropped was it.
Say it, nigga. Go ahead, say it.
He had one album, and that shit only had a couple slaps on it. It wasn't bad,
that
but
album did not
it
have
wasn't.
No. My Turn was arguably album of the year that it dropped.
Facts.
It wasn't just a couple slaps.
What year that dropped?
Maybe
and
20.
He had a feature run,
and he had the hardest joint
following right after
Khaled's
that.
album.
He was the standout dude wherever he went.
He was the standout dude of that.
It was him and it was Dirk.
But his solo music, I'm saying, didn't reach the apex of those features.
True. Or nowhere near a Wayne comparison in his solo shit.
I agree. I'm just saying, I think you should have never said it.
But
I think that's inflated by the fans.
Niggas was quiet, and him and Dirk was running around, even on their album, or individually, they was doing their own features.
I'll add this to it. He collabed with Dirk, and Dirk clearly got the better of the career upshift from that. The momentum went with Dirk. After that collab, it's like we're sitting here trying to figure out how the hell this nigga fall off. Like, yo, hey, I'm really at the point of saying maybe this nigga just wasn't that good. Like, I don't know what. Like, again, we really thought this nigga was gonna be some generational nigga, bruh. He might just be one of them. He'll be one of the Atlanta greats, right? Because he is one of the Atlanta greats. But generationally, all across the board. Rap, no. You know what I mean? The difference between a Lil Baby and a Future is that Future has been relevant in every fucking, era, even when the music changes and even when his sound also adjusts and has to change a bit. How great could you be if you had a good 3-year run? And I always say, music is like a running back, but then you can't find a hit afterwards.
When I first came on the pod, them niggas was like fish grease
on anything.
Every
they
week
were the
we was
go-tos.
talking about them niggas. Yeah,
they were the go-tos. A+ go-tos.
Yeah,
we're going to go get Dirk or Wayne.
True.
Dirk or Baby or both.
Which side of the Royal Rumble is Lil Baby on?
The Atlanta side?
Drake.
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think Drake.
Nah. Atlanta's different.
I think it would happen.
Where's Thug at? Where did y'all say Thug would
Future.
be? Then he's over there.
Yeah, he wherever Thug at.
He's wherever Thug is at.
I love it. That's
okay. All right. Anyway, that's just criticism from another big platform. So it's not just me saying this. I will say though, I see one of the crash dummies from Faux PF. One of the crash dummies from Faux PF was like quickly in my comment section. Okay? Somebody named Said. He said, nails ain't painted. Your bitch ass gonna find yourself in a coffin. Yo, Mr. Said, okay, you must be the bitch boy over there that's running and fetching and getting all the goddamn, nail glue for Lil Baby or whatever the fuck you're doing. I would warn you on talking so hot when they're handing out RICO cases in Atlanta like pieces of candy. I would warn you on talking so hot on Instagram, but the mere fact that you talk this out on Instagram, we know you ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. So what I will tell you this, okay? you know, maybe you the yes man in the studio that's making all this whack music come out. Okay? Maybe you need to be the nigga who is not, because that little chain around your neck, you look as bum as the rest of them that he be around with, okay? He's the only nigga making the money. We don't know what you do. You probably just a shooter for hire. Maybe the next time when he say he about to go have a sleepover in motherfucking Michael Rubin house, how about you tell him to come to the trenches? How about you tell him to go hang out with you and the rest of y'all, because you seem to be riding for him. And when I talk about his nails, I don't see Michael Rubin on my comment section because he don't give two fucks. So maybe you could probably try to help him from making these grave mistakes that's making his career look like it's looking now. They're saying that the nigga is done. And this is the quickest. He was a number 1 draft pick, and they're saying, no disrespect, he's Johnny Manziel. So instead of you over here playing tough guy, and by the way, we shouldn't really talk about tough guy because I heard some things happen to some people who y'all used to rap about and nothing happened in retaliation. I heard those people are very active, and you don't talk to them like that. I don't like when y'all talk tough. We're not the tough guys. Remember I told Meek that? You don't tell that nigga that he gonna end up in no coffin. Actually, the only thing he do is end up in the booth and keep dissing y'all. So I'm kind of confused. I'm very confused, Mr. Said. But this is what I always say about you tough guys. You're only tough with the guys who ain't tough. I need to see. I'm going to look at your comments for the next 2 years. Will you ever say to one of them niggas who, do I got to mention specific stories? I won't. You ain't on their comment section. Hey, for what you did to our homie, you're... Keep it cute. You're a weed roller, nothing else. You're a crash dummy. You're inevitably going to end up in jail or probably dead, crashing out for this nigga. Don't crash on Instagram. And I hope you're getting paid enough. Y'all been scared to claim full PF ever since they've been handing out goddamn RICO cases down there. Don't get on Instagram now and talk tough. Your boy don't even want to rap with his chest out no more about no gangster shit. Don't get on Instagram talking tough. Take that little 4PF pendant, run to the store, go crush up that weed for that nigga, and then go to Sephora and find the perfect thing that he could go put on his goddamn nails. And hopefully it'll be the good color match that matches with his nice little G-Wagon that y'all could write a fucking hit. Mr. Said. Anyway, let's pack that guy up, man. You see why I can't listen to you? Nigga, you a hoe. The chain that's on your neck was bought by the man you try to defend, okay? I don't deal with people like you because I got to get everything my damn self. I don't got no man putting a chain around me. He ain't going to bring me an ice box and pat me on the back while I'm bunny hopping and I'm jumping. That's what you little yes men do. That's why you're a crash dummy. But go crash out for some shit that really I care about, because what I'm talking about here is music discussion, okay? And your buddy put out a music video that didn't sound good. It was whack. And actually, to be honest, y'all should be happy that I talked about an appearance that the nails were colored, because I could have just said the obvious. This shit is whack. It's the 18th whack song your boy done dropped since the last album. When are y'all gonna catch one? You don't want to talk about that, Mr. Cedric. Cedric, will you want to talk about that? You don't want to talk about that. You know at some point you're gonna stop getting paid if your man can't get another one, right, Cedric? You know all that put him in a coffin shit, it's not going to help keep the revenue and the lights on over there. You know that, Cedric. Again, if you got all this put him in a coffin energy, there's a lot of people who that's their energy too. But I'm not seeing you giving them that energy. Very sad, man. SETI. Don't get your full PFPs confiscated. This is not the time for full PF to be in any type of aggressive type of tone. We're talking music. Let's talk music. Tell your boy to get one. I'll give him some credit. Okay. All right, people. Where was I? Speaking of nails being painted, they said Duke guard Jared McCain has signed an NIL deal with beauty and nail polish brand Sally Hansen And I didn't know this dude like paints his nails, but apparently he definitely does. Like this is not this ain't no camera angle. I'm not gonna lie. With your nails painted, this just doesn't look right. I'm gonna say that this is always gonna look like this is the national LGBTQ, you know what I mean, sign off. Hey girl, like it will not look like you drained a 3 from half court. This ain't no logo 3 type of no. This is if you paint your nails and you a basketball player, every time you go like this, all I'm gonna see is you saying, "Hey girl," yeah, that's it. Okay. Hey, I don't know if this dude is homosexual. I don't really care about his sexual orientation. I'm glad he's getting paid for something he's into, but I would assume that he's probably of the LGBTQ side. You get what I mean? I know some of y'all would say, well, what about your hypocrisy? Drake painted. I thought Drake's excuse of painting his nails was pretty lame too. Talking about he's biting his nails. I was like, Drake, you're trying to be edgy. I think that's what you're trying to do. Cardi might be of that persuasion. I don't know. We've seen Cardi do it. I think the only person who I could say, don't YoungBoy do it? I think YoungBoy just generally just don't give a fuck. But maybe you want to say YoungBoy is. I don't know. For me, I'm a little puzzled by this. You know, Yachty did it. I asked Yachty about this whole nail painting shit, and I asked him this one question that I would always ask, not to this young man as much as I would ask to artists. Why are artists who are musical artists who have all the ways to express themselves through music, through harmony, through rhymes, through lyrics, through choruses, through anything, why would they feel like the best way to express whatever they're claiming is expressing, because they all claim it's not gay, why do they have to paint their nails? What is that expressing? And why can't you get that expression through music? That's confusing to me. If you express every other emotion, anger, pain, sorrow, love, distress, you express all those things through music, what the fuck is your nails being painted that you need to, what the fuck are you feeling that you need to express with your nails being painted that you can't do in music? Unless you just trying to get your nails on fleek to attract some bad nigga. I don't know. Bro, I gotta call a spade, bro. I really just don't know, bro. I don't know. Okay? Really quickly, we should probably address the obvious. I do have a stern message for Aubrey Graham. Drizzy, I'm gonna keep it a beam with you, brother. Love you. My favorite artist. But it is decision time. It is decision time. I personally believe that Drake is trying to, play this beef strategically, and he's trying to. And by the way, I had guessed this at first, and did you see this clip with Aiden Ross?
Couple nights I've been going out. You guys know that I've been going out a lot, and I bumped into somebody who's very close on this Kendrick Drake situation. And there's a bird on the street that Kendrick already has a full-on diss track ready to drop for Drake. Kendrick, I'm a fan of hip hop, and if you're gonna diss Drake, drop that shit. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. And yeah, man, I mean, let it fly. If you wanna diss Drake, let it.
Okay, so there are rumors going around that there is definitely a diss track that Kendrick has, which I automatically thought when I seen this diss. I said this is a very clear fuck you, let's get it in. But I do know Kendrick got to be shrewd enough that he knows Drake is a shooter. Drake has responded to even lesser people than Kendrick, and he's also been publicly saying if Kendrick wants smoke, that nigga need to just say it. Kendrick pretty much said, I wanted smoke. Now, here's the problem with that. I think Kendrick's sitting back saying, Drake, you go first. And I think Drake has reverse engineered and psychoanalyzed and said, no, pussy, you go first. So they're both playing this weird ass game right now. Yo, you go first. Now you go first. Now, I know some of y'all are going to be like, no, Kendrick went first. Stop it. Kendrick did not go first. Drake has been dissing Kendrick for years. Kendrick's been dissing Drake for years. We could continue this trend of I'll diss you on a verse, or I'll diss you that's kind of like not like a standalone diss song. Trust me, they both could do that. I'm pretty sure Drake on his next song or his next album will do the same of what Kendrick did to him, he'll do back. What we want is a confrontation, a duel, a battle. We want them to have a square off. We want to see them go toe-to-toe where we could judge it, and it's going to be an official thing, just like how we judged Meek and Drake, just like how we judged the whole thing with Pusha T and Drake. And I think they're both, like, I wish this was like a league where it'd be like, yo, we're going to flip a coin. Because I think Drake is being shrewd. And this is my stern message to Drake. Drake, Kendrick is not Meek Mill. Okay? He's not an idiot. You can't reverse engineer him to make him drop. So, for example, you posting these captions that are taking little pot shots that is making it seem like, oh, I'm not really bothered, but I'm kind of like joking when putting. No, he's not going to drop his diss song because of that. It's clear. Kendrick has a song ready for you, but he wants you to go first. So if you're not going to go first, just diss him like how he dissed you on your next song. There's no time limit on that. You get what I mean? But I think Drake wants this beef. I actually think Drake wants, and if you ask me, by the way, none of this is inside knowledge. This is all me thinking. I think Drake is probably brainstormed, what does Kendrick got? Because this motherfucker is acting like he got the shit on me. But what could the shit be? I think that Drake is also possibly preparing, already probably listened to 300 beats, probably got like a short list at this point if he needs to respond, if Kendrick will drop. Again, I think Kendrick had a plan. I think that plan was a little bit thwarted because, you know, it got all the attention that's like, hey, Aubrey, you got to respond. But Drake ain't responding because Drake is finally being smart. So none of them are going to, I don't think none of them is going to kick it off. I think Drake wants to kick it off. But if Drake kicks it off, he's going to be at a handicap. He don't know what the fuck, like Kendrick probably been planning for this for months, already got this song cooked up. You're walking in blindsided. And I think that Kendrick, based on how he's treating this situation, he's treating this like, hey, I've always been popping my shit. Oh, and now Drake wants to challenge me. Watch what I do to him, right? I don't think Kendrick, no matter, and all of this is bait if you ask me, right? So, for example, you know,
past couple nights.
So Aiden Ross says this, but look, Ben the Don, who hangs with Drake all the time, said he ain't gonna drop it, cuz like you could tell when somebody's like, yo, no, we want him to drop it. Like all Drake's actions is like, no, we want him to drop it, but we want him to drop it first. You know, Drake is like, you know, he's saying things like, yo, they rather, and this is him, I believe he's playing the angle of, oh, I'm a little shook, hoping that Kendrick says, all right, pussy, you not gonna respond? Hold this diss track. So he's like, they rather go to war with me than admit that they're their own enemy, right? Drake is trying his best to get Kendrick to drop this diss. And y'all gonna have to tell me what y'all think about this, because I know in y'all mind y'all think Drake should drop a standalone diss. He's not going to do it, okay? Well, I don't think, well, he might do it. I don't think he's gonna do it, or he shouldn't do it. He should wait till Kendrick go first. So, again, just like how Kendrick had this moment, Drake is gonna have a moment on another hot song too, dissing Kendrick. So they're going to go tit for tat on features or whatever. But I know y'all are fiending for the battle. The only way I believe this battle happens, Kendrick has to shoot first. And again, that song was not shooting first. It's standalone diss tracks. I keep trying to tell y'all. I think Drake is trying to bait him. Look, like he says, he puts this caption up. And by the way, I don't think Drake is scared for a minute. Like, not for a minute. I don't think he's scared at all. I think he wants to have the advantage. You know what I mean? Again, if we could have a flip of a coin, this would all work. But they're both kind of like trying to play like, well, Drake is playing social media chess, right? Just look at all of Drake's posts. Look,
nights I'm going out.
Even Chubbs come out and be like, tell that little boy drop, but he won't. He know better. You know when somebody be like, I bet you won't tell me that secret. Nigga, I bet you won't. You know they want you to do it. So, like, we're seeing the reverse psychology trying to be used I don't think Drake want to duck this beef. Drake wants to engage. Drake wants to engage with Kendrick, but, and I don't even know if he knows this as a fact, but I personally think that Kendrick does have a song tucked in the cut. He wants Drake wants him to go first. He wants Drake to go first. Because put it like this, if Drake drops this song right now to Kendrick, what is he going to say? Okay, I'm the best. Yo, I'm the best. I sold the most. You niggas need me. I put you on. I put you on my album. Like, take care. Like, okay, he could say those things, but I think Kendrick got a Hiroshima. I think he has a Hiroshima. You get what I mean? I think he's going to come with either new allegations of ghostwriting, either some personal stuff, which I would think that Kendrick wouldn't do that because, I think he wants to rap battle, not like get it to that level, but I do think he's going to come with some revelations. And that's why I think Drake wants him to go first. Now, I see some people really think that I'm just like, oh no, you're just kind of no. And the only thing I was gonna say to Drake, and I guess this is my stern warning. I don't think your reverse psychology is working on Kendrick. I don't think he's gonna drop first. You should stop doing reverse psychology because now the fans are thinking that you're actually scared. The fans are believing it. Kendrick doesn't believe it. Kendrick is ready to take your head off. Kendrick he got something for you. But the fans are starting to think that you're scared, which I know you ain't scared because I know you're trying to bait him. He baited you. You're trying to bait him. Y'all kind of both want to get into it, but y'all do know, think about it. A Drake and Kendrick beef going back and forth, that first round is pivotal. That first round is pivotal. And if Kendrick got a slapper, Kendrick got like a classic diss, it's gonna be crazy. So I think both of them are baiting. Like if you go to Drake's Instagram, Champagne Poppy, here we go. You go to his Instagram, everything is like, look, I could never sell y'all out to sell my latest work. He's almost alluding to, oh, these guys, they diss me. Like, it's making him seem like he's in his feelings. Never do you bat out the blue, but I'm down to make it worse. Right? And I'm telling you, Drake is shrewd. He's smart. So he's just doing reverse psychology. But I think he's hoping that Kendrick's going to be like, all right, nigga, you already scared. Let me just drop the hammer on you, right? Look, they'd rather go to war with me than admit they're their worst enemy. Fine line between iconic and demonic. Shorty, okay, that's what I said. Your girl president. See, he's kind of sending shots at other people, like, Ross or whatever. If I think Cole could respond, and I'm not saying Cole should respond, but I think Cole could respond because I don't think Kendrick. The best scenario here, if Kendrick ain't gonna drop first, you let Cole go out first, right? I'm gonna tell you why. Because knowing how or thinking how I think Kendrick views this, I agree. I don't think he respects the big three. Number one, I don't think he thinks Drake's in his caliber neither. And I don't think he think that Cole could rap with him no matter what he's ever said. So I don't think he's like, oh yeah, me and Cole are going to go back and forth. No. I think for the longest, he's always wanted to expose Drake as a lyrically inferior rapper, a fraud, and a nigga who cannot go toe-to-toe with a guy of his ilk. And the only reason why people would even perceive Drake to be bigger than him or whatever is only because Drake is a pop star. I think that's his demeanor. So I don't think he really has something in the tuck for Cole, because I think he has something that is, I'm calling Hiroshima. he has the nuclear bomb, and he has the nuclear bomb for Drake. Now, I see some people also saying that too. Yes, people are now starting to think, oh, yo, Drake is doing the Twitter finger thing, which I think he's intentionally doing it because he wants Kendrick to say something, which Kendrick won't say something because he's not on social media. So he wants Kendrick to drop again. Also, I think he's kind of doing all that, hoping that when this part 2 of this album called We Don't Trust You Part 2, hoping that maybe Kendrick has another song on there that at least he could get all the shots by Future, Rick Ross, Kendrick, and whoever else, and Metro Clearly. So I think he's just trying to wait. But in reality, I think he's trying to bait that nigga, man. I just don't think it will work. If you ask me, Kendrick already planned out the beef in his mind. Oh, I'm going to get Drake in his feelings. I'm going to say certain shit to piss him off. He's going to respond. My silence plus the noise of the fans literally telling him, or telling Drake, yo, you not going to respond? Yo, that nigga talking about you. That nigga talking about you. He's hoping that's enough to get a response out of Drake. Somebody said, Act you copping right now. I'm not copping no plea or nothing, bro. You don't get what I'm saying. I'm not telling you what I want. Me as a fan, number one, I do want Drake to win. But me as a fan, I want Drake to drop 5 diss songs on Kendrick right now. Let's go. Let's do it. But I'm telling you how 2 cerebral artists are moving and how they're trying to plan their approach to dissing each other. Somebody says, Kendrick says, yo, it's time to prove it's time to prove he's a problem. And Ak is saying Kendrick needs K-Dot to go first. Bro, this isn't about proving anything. This is about trying to win. You got to realize this is a career milestone. If Drake bodies Kendrick, this conversation is done. This is Pacquiao Mayweather. This is Nas Jay-Z. This could either put a severe blemish on either one's career. If Kendrick gets bodied by Drake, the conversation of who's the best, Kendrick or Drake, that's going to sound very silly later on because Kendrick is just not in the realm of success-wise as Drake. But if he gets bodied in a battle by Drake, so trust me, Drake is taking this, I would imagine, very seriously. But also, this would be the thing to, define the era for Kendrick if he fucked over Drake on a diss song or caused an enormous moment that people would have to stop to think and even score this battle if it ever happens as, yo, this nigga Drake really lost, and kind of prove what a lot of people were saying, that he lost to a real MC. Because of course Drake's a real MC too, but there's certain people like, oh, Kendrick's like a real MC. So if I'm Drake, and this is my advice. I give advice to both. If I'm Drake, I'll go radio silent. Quiet. Don't say nothing more. It's all good. Don't say nothing more. Don't say nothing more. And if anything, don't even give the response in this moment that they're trying to have. Respond 6 months later. Don't do it right now. Your captions is making the moment look bigger than it is because people are like, damn, yo, he sneak dissing them on Twitter, but he not saying, or he sneak dissing them on Instagram, but he not saying nothing. No. Ignore it completely. If I'm Kendrick, I need Drake to respond. If I'm him, I do this again on part 2. I do this again on part 2, but make it current where you're almost saying, yo, niggas is scared to engage with me. They're always active until I start talking to them. Something of the sort that Drake is almost damn near forced to respond. Because I don't think he's forced to respond yet. So I said Nas responded 6 months later and y'all was cool with that. I keep telling y'all, man, yo, Ether, I know it's a response to Takeover, but that was the first round and the first shot fired. It was just an effective shot. And that shot was countered with, you have Ether right here, and then you have Super Ugly. The radio stations that were trying to judge it incorrectly always said it was Ether versus Takeover. Takeover was a great song. It was a dope-ass song. As a diss, Ether was the epitome of a diss song. Now, keep in mind, Takeover, the third verse was about, actually, what verse was about Nas? Remember, he was also dissing Prodigy and Havoc from Mobb Deep. So he was dissing multiple people on the song. It wasn't like, yo, I'm only dissing you. He was dissing a few people. It's like saying Kendrick Control was a diss song to one rapper. No, he mentioned mad niggas on that shit. Anyway, let me see. Skinny says, Ack, I know you don't like him, but Rory made a good point. Kendrick could just sit on like that, and it could be song of the summer. Drake can't wait too long if he's waiting for K-Dot to drop again. What y'all are all like not realizing, Drake is so much the A side, and Drake, unless he's so battle tested, you do know it's big in this moment, but Drake could just not respond. Drake is diss Kendrick subliminally more times than Kendrick is diss Drake. You know that, right? Like, he doesn't have to respond. I know right now you're like, oh, he's done if he doesn't respond. You do know we could just ignore him and drop 2 more hit songs and we'll stop talking about this eventually, right? So when y'all keep saying Drake has to respond, I think Drake is looking at it like, I got the cards in my pockets. I want him to drop his song. So only thing will force me to, and I think the culture will definitely force Drake to respond, is if Kendrick drops the actual diss song. Drake could not respond to this, or it could take a year, 2 years. I don't know why y'all think that, like, bro, you know it hurts Drake's legacy not at all if Drake doesn't respond, waits 4 months, drops a feature, that's hot, still no response, drops 2 hit songs 3 months later, and then announces that he's going to do an album and still never, we're going to forget. Like, we're in a very microwavable, we want it now type of society. But if we wait 6 months, it'll be a thing like, oh yeah, Kendrick did go crazy, but we're not going to be like, Drake is done. We're going to be like, oh yeah, Drake didn't respond, or he responded in his own time. H-Town Chop True, thank you. Said Dreamville Fest is on the 6th and the 7th. You think Cole will do a Summer Jam style diss to Kendrick like Jay-Z did to Nas and Mobb Deep? I think it's a date to keep an eye on. Nah, I don't think Kendrick's built like that at all, man. No, not Kendrick. I mean, I don't think J. Cole built like that at all. Period. So, somebody said we will remember him for ducking. No, we won't. Why do y'all keep acting like Drake don't diss the most amount of people in hip hop? You do know Drake did, Kendrick don't diss people, right? You know Drake disses people all the time, subliminally, every record, every album. Y'all are just acting because once out of the blue moon, Kendrick dissed someone, you're like, oh my God, Drake is gonna diss other people. He gonna diss Kendrick whenever he wants to. Why y'all are acting like, oh no, this just erases the fact that what Kendrick literally did, Drake has been doing 55 times more than him. He did it to Kid Cudi. He did it to Pusha T 10 times. He did it to he did it to Common. He did it to mad people, bro. Somebody says Drake punches out. Well, he's at the top of the food chain. Of course, everything is going to be a punch down. Here's the thing. Fuck all that, though. Because you're right. Drake does punch down. Well, here's how you solve that problem. Kendrick is of around the same caliber. Force him to respond. You got to force a nigga to respond because, again, Drake is battle tested. Drake has done all these things. He could literally say on a record, yo, if they don't mention my name, I don't respect it, or some shit like that. And it's gonna force Kendrick has to really initiate this battle, man. And yeah, I won't say I'm biased, but I don't think nothing changes if Drake ignores this shit. I just think he should stop the Instagram and shit. Like you can't reverse psychology like a smart nigga. It's not gonna work. Somebody said Kendrick diss Drake on You Don't Have to Lie to Kick It, King Kunta, BT Cyber, Hood Politics. I got more proof. Yeah, Kendrick is diss Drake mad times, you know? Of course, Drake is dissed him when he was like, yo, I would probably have more respect if I didn't do this. And that's like they've dissed each other, bro. They've both dissed each other. All these disses are very, you know, it's what? Yeah, all these disses are subliminal. So I said Drake is smart to know if he goes last, the popularity will carry him to a win, even if it isn't deserved. Let me tell you why Drake should want to go second, right? And this is why I believe Kendrick doesn't want to go first. Because you help Drake make a narrative that you niggas just dissed him for no reason. That's exact. If Kendrick has 3 songs cooked up, you could help Drake on a reverse, or a response thing to say, yo, all I've done for you is help you. Kendrick, I put you on my first album. I brought you on tour. I did this for you. You are jealous by my success. You've dropped just random diss songs directly at me. That's a narrative that could play out lyrically. You get what I mean? I think Drake's leverage is if he's not seen as the aggressor. And that's why you see some of these little captions sound like that. It's like, he's like, I don't know why they're mad at me. They should be mad at themselves. I didn't do nothing to no one. They're dissing me out of the blue. I think that's a narrative he would want to have. Like, hey, I didn't do nothing to nobody. Look, never do you bad out the blue. I think that's the narrative he wants to have. Okay. Somebody said that's a pussy narrative. Okay. You don't... Bro, these narratives are going to count when you're rapping back. Because you could just be like, hey, listen. I don't feel like I'm explaining something that y'all get. Somebody said accurate biased. How am I I'm not biased when I'm trying to play this out what I think both men are thinking. I think Kendrick and Drake has never really got along. I think Kendrick always felt that in a lyrical competition he would watch Drake. I feel like Drake thinks that he would hold his own or watch Kendrick. These are two opposite sides of what two people are thinking, but they're both thinkers. They're trying to figure out how to play this. Why do you think Drake hasn't dropped a diss song? Do you want me to tell you that, oh, I think Drake is scared? Because that's not what it is. Like, the guy who's scared wouldn't even be making... he's trying to reverse psychology Kendrick. Maybe somebody fed him some information. Yo, Kendrick got to hold this song ready for you, bro. Okay, but he's waiting. He's waiting for you to drop. All right, fuck it. I'm just gonna act like I'm pussy. I'm not doing nothing. Hopefully, I can get him to drop because it's going days and now weeks with my silence. And then when he drops, I get to handle it accordingly because now I get to see what he said. That makes sense from Drake's perspective. Kendrick, yo, I randomly shaken up the culture by dissing Drake and J. Cole. Right? Cool. I have a follow-up diss song. I don't want to make it seem so calculated by dropping 2 songs right back to back because it feels like this is a planned attack that if it doesn't work, I wasn't keeping it hip-hop. Maybe I was just hating. Okay, how do I make it seem like it's not some careful, calculated attack, which it probably is some carefully calculated attack? Let me warm it up by dissing him like this, and then let the culture or whoever else almost pressure him to respond. Then I hit him with the dagger. Somebody say if he wasn't scared, he was just dropped the diss reverse psychology. No, I disagree. I think Drake learned his lesson from Pusha T. I think he learned his lesson from the Pusha T situation. I think he learned his lesson from the Pusha T situation. The element of surprise is very essential in this battle. The element of surprise. The element of, okay, you think I'm going to talk about A, B, and C, and now, we live in this T generation. If one of these guys could tell us, and I could guarantee Drake's approach is probably going to be different with Kendrick. I guarantee now Drake is probably digging up dirt on Kendrick in case he has to use it. Of course, bro. He saw how, bro, personally, again, y'all going to call me biased. He out-rapped Pusha T, but he got out-T'd. Panella says, yo, we're talking about the same guy who said, I waited 4 days, nigga, where y'all at? I told you about that beef as well. When Drake said, I waited 4 days, where y'all at? It was actually in response to people saying that Drake's first song, that was more for Drake than Meek. People said the first song wasn't strong. So he came with a better song and acted like, oh no, I was just waiting for you. Kendrick could do that. If y'all are praising Drake for doing that shit, Kendrick could do that, but Kendrick don't need to do that. You know why? That bait song is strong enough. It's strong enough. People are still talking about it. I just still think nothing will happen. Anyway. Somebody said there's no T on Kendrick. There's T on everybody, man. Trust me. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Yo, King Dragon. Oh my God, what's up with y'all? So we can't talk about. You said we can't talk about Drake like that, or we're talking about Drake here who did back to back. You do realize that back to back. Here's the thing. The same thing you're giving Drake the credit for, he did back to back. He dropped 2 songs unprovoked. He did that. If you love that move so much, let Kendrick drop 2 songs back to back. Let Kendrick back to back Drake. And then let's see how Drake would respond. Because that would be also interesting. Let's say Kendrick drops a song like Back to Back that is a bona fide hit and is violating Drake to the utmost extent, and everybody in the culture is liking it. We might reflect back on this to say Drake should have responded. But I think he's looking at it like that motherfucker, he's not coming with no hit song. That nigga's gonna come with some bullshit and some tea or some whatever, like, who knows? Like, oh yeah, we caught you not writing again. This is, all right, whatever. Before you could even, I'm gonna let you say that before I even do anything of the sort. Latrice the God, thank you for the gifted sub. And King Dragon, you were saying, all right, you said I'm giving him an excuse. You said we can't put him in a battle category if you only shoot subs and don't shoot. This is what I hate about all of y'all doing this bullshit. This is like so unfair, right? So when Kendrick dropped Control and niggas made dedicated diss songs to him, I believe a few rappers that he mentioned actually responded with whole disses, and Kendrick never responded to them rappers. What did y'all think then? Because most of y'all are starting to come across as y'all just want to see Drake catch an L. I get it. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody wants to see the King's head on a stake at some point. And we've been waiting for this matchup. But what I'm trying to say is that, didn't Kendrick do the same? I'm asking y'all a question. Didn't Kendrick do the same? Somebody said Control was a diss. Okay, well, niggas responded to Control and he never responded back. Is that true or false? So he dissed people on Control. Meek dropped the whole song. A few people dropped the whole song on him. He never responded. What do you say about that? Because y'all are now changing the rules to be like, oh, Drake is just pussy. He's scared, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, give me 1 second. By the way, real quick, I do want to do Fat Joe, bro. Yo, Fat Joe was speaking on Diddy today, and I wanted to play that. I gotta pick something up at my door real quick. Actually, okay. Give me 1 second. I just gotta grab something. Now, there was a time I would just... Okay. Did I play this already? Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Such a pedestal that he found himself performing at the FIFA World Cup, something usually only reserved for megastars, putting Baby in front of the eyes of 2 billion televisions globally. But while Big Loon spoke of his current prominence and the position that it granted him, there are now concerns over Lil Baby's staying power, as due to the combination of persistent factors, the public that elevated him are now begging him to stop rapping. Once seen as a reliable source for undeniable club bangers, Lil Baby now stands accused of falling into the familiar trap of getting comfortable and milking his sound, all the while refusing to alter his sound or respond to the criticisms that he's receiving. Back at the outset of his career, Lil Baby, who never envisioned himself as a rapper until he was coerced into it by Young Thug, was as focused as they come. Releasing 7 projects in the space of just 2 years, Lil Baby evaded distractions and kept working. Along the way, he refused to be lured into petty beefs, even when everyone tried to pit him against the Baby over similarities in their names.
So many tried to go that way with me, but I always heard it from day one. When it came out, he blowed up, and then it was like, he the Baby, and I'm Lil Baby. He don't sound like me. He ain't trying to kick my swag. His name just the Baby. It's enough money for both of us, as you see.
Possessing the kind of shrewd mindset that most rappers would benefit from, Lil Baby stayed locked in with his craft, flooding the market with new music and becoming such a safe bet that even the biggest stars such as Nicki Minaj and Drizzy solely relied on his sound to boost their EPs and singles. At the time of his peak, Lil Baby's sound was so undeniable that many respected critics expected him to be the next Drake and eclipse the man that put him on with Yes Indeed.
There was a time when the Drake feature helped Lil Baby. I think right now Drake might need that Lil Baby feature. Let's be clear, a lot of the Drake records, at least of late, haven't really taken off.
Fast forward to 2023, and not only does it not seem like Lil Baby has any chance of overtaking Drizzy, but there's a concern about him maintaining the success that he's currently riding on. Fresh from dropping a snippet like 350, which is essentially just a rehash of everything he's done for the past 4 years, Lil Baby is facing heat from his own fanbase. Notably, Passion Nat, while not directly calling out Lil Baby, skillfully sidestepped commenting on the song itself, and instead focused all criticism on the production.
I'm not even joking, the beat's louder than him. No, fire the producer. Bro, why is the beat louder?
With some fans admitting that, I think it's time we start having that conversation in regards to Baby's fallout. Combined with canceled tour dates across the nation, it's not a great time to be in the 4PF camp right now. So how do we get to the point where Baby's magic is wearing off? And what can be done, if anything? Well, for starters, let's broach the issue that he had in terms of selling tickets. In July, it was revealed that Lil Baby had canceled a series of shows on his It's Only Us tour, which saw Baby head venues that tend to have capacities of around 15,000 to 20,000 people. In essence, it's the kind of venues that someone like Drake, Cole, or Kendrick, the big threes, routinely sell out. Left with no explanation in terms of why the shows were pulled, fans immediately assumed that it was low sales that led them to be unceremoniously canceled. But while this was the most overt example of Lil Baby not being a draw, the warning signs were there even during his peak. Hot on the heels of their collab project, The Voice of the Heroes, Baby and Lil Durk launched their Back Outside tour. Staged at a time when fans were ravenous for shows after lockdown, it was immediately assumed that by way of their combined hype, these shows would easily sell out. But, as Akademiks would reveal on the Flagrant 2 podcast, Baby might have overestimated his own hype.
He's trying to do arenas about 10,000, 15,000. You imagine it's Baby.
Yeah.
They say his tour is doing bad. You'll never see him post that his tour is sold out. It's not selling that much.
Alongside acknowledging that Jack Harlow opted for smaller rooms and was consistently selling out, Baby may have later posted that the tour actually grossed $15 million, but not selling out ultimately hurt his brand, because unfortunately for artists, in hip-hop, optics are often all that matters. So once fans unanimously think you've fallen off, it's almost impossible to regain momentum, regardless of the music. Take a look at someone like DaBaby, for example. He's arguably dropping the best music of his career right now, but now that the public view of him has turned, it'll always be reaching a diminished audience. In terms of how this factors into Lil Baby, this can be...
All right. We've talked about Baby already. Lakers says 8 a.m. in Charlotte was Drake starting beef in the last verse. Well, Drake always disses people. Y'all don't get on those people. Yo, Kendrick better respond. Y'all don't think I'm just like really copping pleas for Drake all the time. But this is one of the because Drake is so active is the reason why y'all want him to respond this quickly. Because I'm telling you, Drake has dissed Kendrick dumb amount of times. Now, of course, I do think he should respond. But y'all wanted to, y'all think that this is just start an official beef. No. I'm definitely not a munch. Thank you for the 2. He says, you got to understand, most people are not calculated. They just don't get it. I think you're right. Drake needs to bait Kendrick to see what he has in store. Yes. I'm telling you. I think Drake think he could rap ball for ball with Kendrick, but I think Kendrick got some shit on that nigga, man. And it might not be like some crazy, like hiding the child, but I think it's something where once he puts it out there, the hip hop audience that would care about a battle are going to be heavily swayed in Kendrick's opinion. Or Kendrick's side. Okay. All good. I think we've kind of like, we've kind of talked about this a decent amount. Give me 1 second. Okay. Poor Big Sean. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I think Big Sean admitted why he won't be in that caliber. Like, I've always thought Big Sean was lyrically really one of the best. But Big Sean, I think he always lacked the passion. He always lacked that tenacity. He always lacked that consistency. And, he went ghost for a while. There was a time that he went ghost. And maybe he was like, discouraged by maybe like his music not selling like how he expected it to sell. But he took his foot off the gas. There was a time that I'm telling you, I think Big Sean and Kendrick are 1-on-1. And like verse to verse. Kendrick washed him on Control, but I think he beat or he out-rapped Kendrick on Holy Key, if you ask me. Somebody said Drake is asking his fans for motivation. Bro, when y'all see how this beef plays out, y'all are going to come back and y'all are going to say, yo, Ak, you're a genius. You're right. They were both playing chess with each other. They're trying to figure it out and they're trying to move accordingly. Y'all will tell me like how y'all tell me on most things, Ak, you're right. I'm telling you how if I was playing, I am a cerebral thinker. I like to think, and I would play it like how both of these guys are playing it. And right now, I think Kendrick has the edge in how he's playing it because he doesn't have to say anything. I think Drake has to, like, he's trying to bait, but how do you bait if you're not going to drop music? Oh, well, you kind of act unbothered, but you also, yeah, whatever. Somebody say he ignored everyone and went at Nav first. Those ain't going at people. Those little captions where he's quoting people's lines, he's not going at them. Bro, y'all know that Drake literally dropped, when he was going at somebody like he went at Tyga. Bro, he literally dropped 6 p.m. in New York, and he went at Tyga. Yo, you need to act your age, not your girl's age. That's him directly, like, directly, indirectly, because, none of these guys really call names. Jay Dash says, yo, going back and listening to that Control verse, you think Kendrick watched Big Sean? I shouldn't say watch because Big Sean had a good verse on that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Big Sean was always hurt by the fact that people never gave. They always like acted like Kendrick just violated him. I really thought that both of those were close, and I think he got, of course, Kendrick edged him out on Control, and then he edged him out on Holy Key. 2005 Kendrick Lamar street rap battle. Go look it up. Battle in the project since 16. Stop acting like you won't make a hit. This song violates both aspects. Nah, I'm not buying it because the type of rap where both of these guys are at on the caliber of rap that they're doing, it's more than just rap battle. It's also information. It's also it's high stakes. It's not just who raps better. Like, it's going to be like who makes the better song, who gave up more information, who told us something we didn't know, who blah, blah, blah. Like, it's a lot of aspects to this. Y'all just keep thinking who rap better. Also, I do think this is a little bit difficult. It's more difficult for Drake than it is for Kendrick because Drake actually, it's harder to have subject matter to diss Kendrick on. What are you going to diss Kendrick on? Hey, you're not as successful as me. Hey, you don't make enough hits as me. Like, Kendrick, personal life is quite private. He stays out of the mix, doesn't really say something. He only pops up when, like, he's doing good deeds. Like, it's hard to diss a Kendrick with anything that's, like, substantial or that's going to stand maybe the test of time. Y'all will never let me live this up. Y'all really think I'm just like biased as shit. Drake can't run with Kendrick. Patrice, what are you talking about, girl? Okay. Chat, I do have to run really soon. I feel like it's the second time I'm cutting a live stream short, but I do have to run really soon. But I did want to do one more topic. Oh, I wanted to watch. Should we do the finesse 2 times thing? We could do the finesse 2 times thing. Well, actually, there's a small topic. Actually, no, not this. What's Wait, give me a second. Oh, okay. There's this Billboard story about a TikTok rapper must pay Sony Music more than $800K over unlicensed sample. Okay. So there's a TikTok rapper. His name is Ethan McMillan. He's being ordered to pay over $800,000 because he sampled a song that he didn't clear. I'll read it. A rapper popular on TikTok must pay Sony Music over $800,000 in damages for using a copywritten sample without permission, federal judge ruled Wednesday, saying that the big fine will teach him a six-figure lesson about carefully selected materials included in his raps, which, by the way, if you're a rapper, this is like rule of thumb for every rapper until you get signed. Don't worry about samples until your music's going up. But the moment your music's catching some steam, you want to clear a sample. If only 300 people or you're getting less than 1,000 plays, you don't need to be clearing samples, right? Just do what you got to do. You're trying to get some steam. Anyway, Sony sued this guy. His name is Trufuego. His real name is Dontrell Davion Clark Rainbolt. 2021 accused him of using a blatant sample from 1986 Japanese instrumental in a song 90 miles per hour. A track Sony claim has been featured in 155,000 TikTok videos and streamed over 100 million times on Spotify. It says after struggling to locate him, a federal judge ruled last year that he in fact infringed on their copyright, and in a follow-up ruling, the same judge ordered him to hand over a whopping $802,000, covering roughly about $700,000 of the profits from Spotify, this, that, and third. Okay. The judge also ordered from going forward. They didn't order that the song had to come down. They said that they almost did like some arbitration shit here, where it says, hey, he has to keep paying royalties, including 50% of the cut of the publishing, 20% of the recording revenue, and he has to repay $2,230 in legal fees incurred by Sony Music. Which, by the way, I'm surprised they only spent this amount. Here's the thing. This song probably made over $1 million, right? Like, you know, it was streamed 100 million times on Spotify, probably 100 million times on Apple Music. 100 million streams is about like $500,000, okay? So 100 million streams, he got paid out $500,000 just from Spotify, and probably around the same from Apple Music, and probably another $500,000 from these other sites. So he's probably made like a smooth like $1.5 million off of this track. So this amount of money that he has to pay back isn't that bad, right? Like he's probably has to, obviously it's higher than if he actually cleared the sample. They probably would have said, we'll just take a fee up front, or we'll take like, I don't know, 20, 30%. But looks like he's going to have to pay back probably, or he probably did pay back like about 70 to 80% of the what the song earned. To me, you know, number one, I keep telling new artists, fuck sample clearance. When you're a new artist, you just want to catch some steam. Obviously, when you catch some steam, you want to clear sample. But when you don't clear a sample, this could happen where they're pretty much taking all of the money. There's many songs that are popping that didn't clear the sample in time, that actually the sample owners pretty much own the entire song. And actually, I think that Juice WRLD song, Lucid Dreams, I think that's one of them too. Anyway, the point of what I'm saying is that this is the cost of doing business for this guy. If this was a song that blew him up, if this is a song that blew him up, it's the cost of doing business. He got to live with it. Hey, you paid out the majority of what the song made, but now you have a name. You could go tour with the song, and you have a platform to drop other songs. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. By the way, it's $802,000. I think the song's made over $1.5 million, right? So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I've seen people talk about it, saying, yo, these labels are, you know, super money hungry. They're taking from this independent artist. Yeah, but, you know, business is business. If you sample someone, you got to either get it cleared and figure out those splits and percentages ahead of time, or you're going to get fucked in the long run. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay. Oh, boy. Don't tell me I have to go. Might have to go, people. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I gotta go to that. Yeah. Is there anything I didn't get to, chat? I'll be back on tomorrow, but like, I gotta make sure I stream at an earlier time tomorrow. But is there anything I didn't get to that I could touch on real quick? By the way, if you guys are watching on YouTube, either platform, whether it's the King Akademiks channel or the the Academy channel, please, you got to hit the follow button, the subscribe button. That will allow you to talk after, I believe, like 10 minutes or so. But, we're trying to get to 700,000 subscribers. We've been going crazy recently with the amount of growth and a lot of people coming in to watch our live streams. And I'm hoping you guys are thoroughly entertained and you keep coming back. But, yeah, we're just trying to keep growing, okay? Somebody says 50's page. Yo, Drill, I seen the story you sent me about the YouTuber, I believe. YouTuber or TikToker. His name is Arab that got like kidnapped. I'll do that tomorrow because I also wanted to do the story on the bridge. Like, this shit was crazy. And I know it's kind of old at this point, but the story about that bridge collapsing, I was watching a YouTube video today. They're starting to, like, clean up. They're starting to clean up the debris and all the other shit or whatever. And I don't know, that shit was just like, I was driving over a bridge today and I was just like, what? I was having like flashbacks to that moment, but there's cranes that's like in the water.
Has arrived at the Port of Baltimore to remove the wreckage of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, sitting on top of
that's crazy.
The cargo ship that struck it.
It's at least going to get cut safely into 4 pieces, and then we'll slowly and deliberately take it off the front of that vessel.
But that's just the first step in cleaning up the debris and reopening the Port of Baltimore ship channel.
Fortunately, they died, but they want to see the bodies. They really want to see the bodies and bring the bodies home.
The Port of Baltimore is an important part of the U.S. economy, and President Biden has vowed to, quote,
organization CASA says it will likely be immigrants like those who died in the collapse who will do much of the work.
The Baltimore and Washington, the area, this job.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys seen the video of the, I don't even know if I should play it, but Baltimore Bridge collapsing. This shit was crazy. This was the...
Yo! What the...
Oh, I never seen this shit before.
No shot! No shot!
That is crazy.
Gosh!
Wait, why was this guy recording? Did he know it was gonna happen?
Yo! What the...
Yeah, it's like the full video. This is the ship. It's coming in, and like apparently you see the lights turn off on the ship because they lost control over it. I don't know if they had like a horn or some shit, you know what I mean? Which I don't know at that point. If you're on the bridge, like what the fuck does a horn mean? But still, I don't know if they had any way of warning people like, yo, this is, the lights came back on. And then it goes off again. And you can see it. It's going. And I think the surreal part about this is like how easily this bridge just fell. Like it just fell mad easy. Yo, I was watching this and I was watching the fucking cars. I'm like, yo, get off, homie. I seen another car and I'm like, oh, it's about to hit. I'm like, yo, bro, hurry, nigga. Step on it. And this is where it happens right here. Right here. Nah, this is crazy. Yo, this is, you know why this is so sad too? Like when you're watching it, like there's some cars here. You could tell this. It look like there might be like emergent, like workers, because you're seeing flashing lights, but they're just on the bridge, and you could just see everything going on. This shit is crazy, dog. This shit is fucking crazy. Somebody's getting sued. That's the moment. Oh, this is like some surveillance thing, so you're not seeing them second by second. Oh no, actually you are. Did the ship ever sink? The mechanism of a bridge is crazy. Like, all right. Anyway, chat. Remind me. I'll do the finesse 2 times topic tomorrow. I'm sorry, I do have to run. I'll do the finesse 2 times topic tomorrow. I kind of wanted to get into some of the news reports about this bridge and actually maybe see some structural stuff of why it just happened like that, and maybe figure out a little bit what happened with the ship exactly. We're also gonna cover there's a kidnapping of some guy in Haiti, which is they're asking $600,000, which is I thought they only kidnapped people in Mexico and Cartagena or some shit like that, but they kidnapped this dude. And what else is going on? There's a few other things, especially in hip hop, going on. We will cover tomorrow, people. I'm sorry, I do have to run. I love you guys. Yes, we're gonna get to the finesse 2 times thing tomorrow. Remind me, top of the stream. We'll get through the Diddy updates and then we'll immediately hop into that. All right, people. Peace. I do gotta run. Love y'all. Sorry, I do gotta cut the stream a little bit short. We only got 5 hours in today, so I apologize. All right, love you guys. See you guys tomorrow.